Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. Before we get to the first submissions, that are going to be some selections from the Maker Codes by Glitch, followed by Supernova, we're going to do a quick warm-up level. This is by Megatoro, and this one caught my interest. It's a fairly recent creation from July, but it says, according to my machine translation, clinging to the ivy that stretches and shrinks like a stretchy something or other. Don't fall into a swamp. After grabbing, if you do nothing, it will be slurping, and be careful as it will slip off. Now, for those who are kind of aware of the long-running lore of this stream, you'll notice that sounds suspiciously similar to the sinking piranha mechanic that I built for 4YMM last year. So I'm actually really eager to see something similar to that in the hands of somebody who has been a maker I've been playing for some time and who is a really interesting level designer in their own right. I think, though, that this actually is, judging by the description and the title screen, the same gimmick as the one that I built for 4YMM last year. So I really want to see what happens. Yeah, it's the same thing, actually. It's with the sinking blocks. So I'm not actually sure if Megatoro played my level last year. I think that might have been the case. Although here we have something that's new, which is a downward auto-scroll, which is actually a really interesting way to handle this concept, which is quite different from the upward scroll that was just an absolute pain for me to build. And works a lot better because you can just continuously have the sinking block go down. And that way, you don't really need to worry about disguising anything here. You can just keep the piranha loaded until it eventually falls off the track. And yeah, you'll notice that there are these initial track positions here. That's because you can just control the initial position of the block. And with something like a winged block, you can make it go upwards, and then it'll float about a bit while the piranha spawns infinitely, and then you have it sink down again, so. Really interesting to see this in a downward scrolling context, for sure. Now, let's be careful here. It looks like all those tracks on the left are just spawning locations in their own right. And up we go. And we can more or less trust the coin trail here, I think. So let's just do that for once. And just take the most recent piranha, because that's likely to stay up for the longest. Okay, I was wondering about that pipe to the right, but it is just a cheap spawner, a flying cheap spawner, so let's be careful here, and trusting the coins might actually work to my advantage. And through we go. And, oh, key door. That's interesting. I did not get a key. I don't know if there was something that I could have potentially killed or done differently. But we'll just have to wonder about that, I think. I doubt I can go back in, given that the lava level in the scrolling section is just going to completely blank out on me, as we would have assumed. No, I think it's actually a bonus objective. Having played a lot of Megatoro's levels in the past, Glitch, I'm pretty sure there is just some kind of hidden hard mode somewhere. Like if you're able to enter the door to the left, for instance, if you have some kind of object that you carried with you to stand on, that would have been the case. Anyway, let me know if everything is functioning with the stream, if the sound is working and not too crackly or anything like that. Let's get into the queue. And Leo, welcome as well. And Glitch, you were asking earlier if I would do the boss rush for the new level. We'll take a look at your profile and I'll decide from there. Obviously, we're getting pretty close with your boss rush at this point. I just have that one switch-based room to get eventually, and I'll probably want to do the whole thing at some point, as I've been saying, in a more extended catch-up session. You have to upload the level? Yeah, that's fine. Are you able to do it now? I'm perfectly fine with trying a new one, if you'd like me to be an early tester on that, if it's something that's still in development. Okay, that's fine. Let's do the new one. So is it this one here, Cavern of Choices, that just went up? I guess it must be. So you've got lots of arrows here. Oh, I think I did play an early version of this, didn't I? I recognize the main screen. Maybe I'm thinking of something that looks very similar, though. This is a sequel. Okay, I see. Well, thank you for the explanation. Let's see how we do. Okay, so one up over here. Nothing over here. Okay. Unless, of course, we have some way to get across the pipe, which I think might actually be doable across the gap with, I want to say a cat, but I may be wrong about that. I might be confusing it with some other interaction. Let's just go left to right. Just sweep across here to see how we're doing. We know this is still the same screen because of starting arrow. It's not some kind of trick. Gonna go fast. That's fine. Then through. Tempest Funk, welcome. Thank you for submitting Pokies in Space. Okay, let's see if there are any blocks to be doing anything with over here. We just came up this, right? I should have been paying attention to which door we just exited. Alright. No key over there. I guess we'll see what this is all about. And yeah, just thinking about the overlapping rules potentially for pipes. This is going to be fine. Grab the key, we go back. Our block probably just takes us to the end and gives us another awe as we find that this doesn't lead anywhere in particular. Someone submitted your second escape room to a Korean streamer, and they liked it so much they finished the entire series in 2 streams. Excellent. I hope you got a chance to catch up on all of the VOD. Do you know which Korean streamer it was? Because South Korea obviously has a pretty big maker scene in their own right. It doesn't sound like the kind of level that somebody like Noctoro, who's more of a platform streamer, would do. So I don't really know who does puzzles over on the Korean side, despite having played a lot of music levels by Korean streamers lately, actually. But yeah, really glad to see that somebody actually got through this series. Because that really deserves more attention from, you know, reaching the kinds of players who would be open to it. Okay, Big Boom Boom's going to take a lot of hits here. Also, Glitch, very much appreciated that for once you are giving me multiple cannon boxes. And, okay, I'm glad I didn't just stay on the block while I was looking over at chat to read the name of the Korean streamer that Tempest Funk just mentioned, because I nearly just stalled on top of the thing there before invincibility frames ran out. So this will be pick a path after a fashion. I don't know if there's a block under here. No? Okay. We know that there are only going to be a maximum of a certain number of pairs of warp blocks. I'm just trying to remember whether we're in main world or subworld, but let's just move forward and go this way. Okay, doing okay so far. Okay, gotta be decently quick about this. And there we go. Yeah, it's kind of too bad that with building in 3D World, that in so many of these styles, the stems of the trees are visible when you just try to place them, that they don't blend well off screen. Yeah, no, what I was saying earlier about the trying to trace the main world or sub-world was I was just counting warp blocks and trying to remember how many are already accounted for. But let's go back to the tree room. That was kind of a needless death. This is understandable enough. It is a lot of repetitions of effectively the same thing, so that's okay. We'll just get warmed up with a jump over there. And timing should be just fine. There we go. And yeah, Tempest Funk, it's good to know that... I mean, I guess it must have been a Korean streamer who is fluent in English as well, but... you know, given that so many escape rooms, yours included, have a lot of stuff that's very language dependent sometimes, it's good to know that that also went well. In terms of the whole series being robust enough to withstand that scrutiny. Like, I don't know, maybe they're just a really, really fluent English speaker as well. That's very often the case with a lot of people internationally. Okay, let's just do this somewhat calmly. Whoops. That's okay, we needed to take the hit to get down here anyway, unless I dashed under here with mushroom. Don't know if there's going to be a mushroom check, but let's see. Okay, yeah, a lot of assistance from chat would help too, of course. P-switch is going to be held down. We don't want to get dunked by the warp block, although you can actually wall jump out of that if you do get dunked by the warp block, so... this might return us back to the main room, who knows. Let's go P-door. Okay. Is that the exit? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Yes, it is. Aced a non-English task like the drawing in the first one. Okay, yeah. No, I remember that, the sort of geometry clue with making the triangles and so on. Thank you for that, Glitch. I hope that was a useful look at the paths I did take. I know that obviously we skipped a lot of branches that would not have been the right path, but I mean, everything is sort of relaxed enough here that you can get through it in a reasonable amount of time, even if you do loop back around unexpectedly, so thank you for that. Now, I think both Next and Subnext are just Supernova. We'll just get through that. And yeah, Glitch, if you want me to take a look at some alternate stuff that is supposed to be interesting in that level, you can always resubmit that. I know you're still probably working on it and putting it up and pulling it down as needed, but I'll leave that up to you. And Supernova, yes, I did see that you had your Roiru contest level up and running. I don't remember what it is, but I just remember that being mentioned. And yeah, well, Glitch, if that was the final version, thank you so much for offering me first clear. Supernova, racking up the likes. Here's a breaking tradition. Womps realized they didn't have to be just horizontal or vertical. I'm already wondering if it's a similar setup to some of the diagonal thwomps I've seen in troll levels, which are often with just some kind of off-screen track bump. But I see this jump block over the thwomp here in the idle image already, and looks very curious. So let's see some thwomp momentum. Breaking tradition, R2Y. Okay, so we're obviously encouraged to hit that. Spike with a muncher over here. I wonder what that's all about. Interesting. So the flop goes sideways, and then is it the... I mean, we'll do this level, and then I'll look at this further, because... once we, you know, bounce off the thwomp accurately, of course. Yeah, okay, so Spike is stacked under the muncher, so it is like a sub-pixel thing, maybe, with this thwomp and muncher collision. Not exactly sure, because I don't see anything else that could be interacting with. That's just Probably based on... I mean, so when you have a push onto Spike, you would have the stack kind of destabilized slightly as, you know, the Spike momentum kind of goes forward first, right? And then, depending on how the stacking works, like, is this something that's happening with the Muncher collision with the Thwomp? Because I didn't think it would do that. But I don't know how this works. Like, I don't know what the sort of physical rule here is for. Let's spin jump. That's really interesting. That's not at all the kind of setup I was thinking about in terms of diagonal Thwomps. A very neat interaction. Whoops. Your theory is that the Muncher's sprite is going inside a Thwomp and is pulling it down. That's interesting. Yeah, because you would think that like, definitely the Spike kind of gets displaced forward first, but then the Muncher is a little below the line, right, when it comes to the enemy stacking. So, but if you look at the actual artwork, it really doesn't suggest that at all, right? Like, it's kind of interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, very neat that you managed to discover this. Also, very impressive that you managed to discover this before Mang did, given Mang's specialization, like doctoral level specialization in Thwomp momentum. We shouldn't do that, obviously. We need to... Oh, no, that is within range once we go left, but I need to do something else first, I think. We'll work that out. Oh, that's right. There was a recent document thing that I didn't play that I needed to look into, and I don't know if it was something like this, but... No, I know there was one thing that everybody was saying might get deleted, and I hadn't actually gotten around to it yet. How was the Shadow game that you already forgot the name of? Pete Doritos, welcome back. If you're thinking of a shady part of me, that was something that went quite well. We solved that within 2 streams. And yeah, that was a lot of fun, actually, as a light puzzle platformer. Also, like many platformers, let's pay attention here. It had a kind of surprising element of Super Mario Galaxy to it near the end that I wasn't expecting from a game like that. But it was fun, actually. Just on a sort of blind run of a shady part of me, I think I got almost all of the collectibles. I was at something like 94 out of 98 or something. And so it wasn't quite 100%, and I don't really want to spend too long to comb it for 100%, but I'm glad I actually took the time to do a lot of content completely. And Document, welcome back. And yeah, Document, as I was just saying about your level that's still not deleted, we haven't played a level that's still not deleted. Oops. Okay, let's pay attention here. And there we go. Okay, there we go. And we release. I wasn't actually paying much attention to that release there. That might have been potentially interesting. Okay, so this thing here. Is it a bounce on the Thwomp? No, hang on. I'm sort of thinking about what we're doing here, because if I bounce the Thwomp down there, I would need probably the action on the jump block to go right, and that should actually get me within range to activate the Thwomp rightward, right? That was what I was failing to do before. Just looking at that properly. Oh, I see. This is for centering the Thwomp, isn't it? It looks like a... Or, no, it's centered around 2 blocks. What am I talking about? Hang on. clearly still just sort of warming up here. And Adelia Sunshine, welcome. Thank you for the submission. You isn't too long so far, so we'll hopefully get to you pretty soon. And down we go. Okay, I definitely need to displace the Thwomp down. But then I feel like the activation on the Thwomp has to come much earlier, and I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Well, let's go back and look at it properly again, because yeah, I have to think about that. I may be missing something really obvious in terms of what my target is. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I see what's going on with the centering of that spike there as well. That's what I meant, the centering of the spike, not the centering of the Thwomp. Okay. So I can just jump on this directly, not worry too much about the spin jump. Oh, I see, that the Thwomp wants to go right when I do this, so I just release it like this? Yeah, that's right. But then I need to catch it. Okay, so I go to the left, and then I go back to the right, and then I catch it. Or, oh, I see. No, if I just bounce once on it, then that's... I don't need to go left. It will just propel me forward further with the activation. Okay. Yeah, I see what's going on there. That I'm not actually properly letting the Thwomp release to the right. Given that it's obstructing yourself there. Okay, let's... spin jump. There we go. Okay, down there. I see. So, yeah, because we need to be on the right of the Thwomp to activate it in the first place. So we go like this. There we go. Hit the P switch, and then once we hit the P switch, we go down to the P block, and then we spin jump back on top of the Thwomp. I see. Okay. So was there a particular theme or restriction on Roru's contest? Like, was there something specific, rather, that he was looking for, or? Let's see. Okay, up we go. And back to this. And this wasn't a birthday, right? Like, I recently saw another level from you that I thought was for Roru's birthday. Like, this was some other anniversary event. Okay, just to make the level endless friendly. I see. And Adelia Sunshine, is that a Paper Peach emote that I see? That's quite a fancy arrangement. Okay. Forward and down. And over. Okay. Before that retracts. Doing this a little bit slowly, I think. Oh, no, we have to go up. Yeah, there we go. Right, and this is a little bonus for going fast enough to actually interact with it. Okay, understandable. So now things get a little bit riskier. We have to chain jumps like this with dealing with the Thwomp. And then... okay, I see. This is just another alternate stacking arrangement that's going to give you a different angle because of the falling piranha. I see. So it, once again, it's something to do with the Muncher collision that's dragging the Thwomp. Really neat. Certainly hope Nintendo doesn't stomp on this kind of thing. Whoops. Yeah, just sort of miscalculating how much I need to compensate for. Momentum of being carried on the stump. And we'll come up here, down here. Okay, no, shouldn't have pulled back there. Should actually read the coins for once. That would be useful. Yeah, and I see that as soon as the thwomp hits ground, then it stalls there and ordinarily would retract, but is trapped by the one-way panel. So it would basically be reaching the end of its left or right interaction, because at that point it would be detecting its collision with the bottom of the stack or whatever's going on in its landing location. So yeah, because I guess it does just a sideways collision with the Muncher at this point. If the Muncher is at its grounded state, and then because the Muncher would fall in such a way that it's aligned with the top row of the Thwomp. The Thwomp hits the Muncher from the side, backs up into the one-way panel. Okay, I get it. And, oh, not watching this again, or yes, I am. That's going to be just fine. And, of course, I was, whoops. Remembering here that at least I don't know how to do a spin jump pickup in this game. I think that was just a Maker 1 or a Super Mario World Kaizo thing for some reason. I don't remember if it was just impossible in Maker 2 or just very hard. Like spin jump state into an object pickup. I didn't think it was possible in Maker 2. Thwomps can make amazing platforms, and I am, of course, not biased at all when I say that. For reasons that may or may not have been disclosed. But, okay, up we go. And Adelia Sunshine, yeah, we're doing well over here. Hope you're also fine. Can't really speak for my chat, but clearly I'm being sent some interesting levels, as usual. Okay. And you kind of had to rush this level, Supernova, you said, because of the other contest levels you had to make. Yeah, well, you worked pretty fast, so. And yeah, Glitch, I thought that was correct, that you can't do that anymore in Maker 2. Unless you have a weird glitch, well, luckily we have one right here in chat. Okay, no. Let's not pull back there. I don't know why I keep doing that. Probably just from reading the platform and just hedging on the jump a little bit. Okay, up we go. And yeah, we still need forward momentum here in order to make it over. And here we go. Gonna coast all the way down, and I kind of like that speed, actually, relative to everything else that's going on here. Also, it's nice when these things actually work with the standard player-controlled camera in terms of just letting Thwomp speed do its thing, because that's just going to constrain your position anyway in terms of what is a valid location for the player to go. Right, up here. Interesting, too, that you're going with the spike blocks on the bottom here rather than just hits. Like, I'm trying to think about why you would... Like, if there's any sort of functional reason why that would be a more effective death zone on the bottom, except for the parts of where, of course, you have to have a collision with ground from the objects that are placed above and crashing down upon it. Seems like it's just a matter of choice here, but always pay attention to the little things like that too. Whoops. Yeah, once again, just slipping off to the right. I see what's going on there. That I'm not accounting for the fact that the stump stack, once the thwomp momentum starts up, it does get displaced slightly to the left. And so I always have this way of assuming that I'm going to be dead center in the stack and repositioning myself to the right, when what's happening instead is that I'm landing on the right side stump and falling off completely. So I just have to hold still and not be too itchy on the trigger when it comes to adjusting. Oops. And Adelia Sunshine, you just came back home. Did you go traveling? Is that what is going on? Or did you just come back home sort of in a normal day-to-day sense of making it back home from outside commitments? Oh, this is directly above the first section. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, you can get a lot done here with very few entities. That's a nice thing about the setup, is that you can just cover tons of ground without very many parts in use, which would be quite nice in a level like this. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. PAL block would obviously drop everything here. Why would I want to do that? Because that would just dunk on the blocks up top, and here we are. Interesting. Key door, followed by Yoshi segment. We didn't see a key door. I may want to go back over this quickly just to scan it. Like, we didn't take very long in the level itself. I sort of want to take a look and make sure we at least make a quick bid for true ending. Don't know how long I'll stay on it, but we'll try to make it happen. And because from what I was seeing on the screen, it didn't even occur to me look for something like that. Okay, there we go. And down. It doesn't seem like that goes anywhere. Okay, no, we fundamentally need a key door. Not just a key, but... Oh, you know what? We didn't hit the block that was in the top right corner here. That was potentially a key, and then now we need to match it to a door. Because of the speed requirement off the P-switch, that was the reason that we missed a block at the very end of this segment originally. So I think that accounts for the key, potentially. It does not account for the door, which would require you to survive with the key and locate the door in the second half. Which currently, as you can see, we're not quite doing just yet. So let's be swift about this. Key, yep, as expected. And Super Duper Alex, welcome. So we need to survive and find the key door. I'm looking at this and thinking, well, I mean, this is already kind of built onto top half. The camera's not really going to scroll any further for us here. I'm just looking at what kind of locations you could even hide something in. Let's restart and let's look for the key door first, and we'll redo it and try to redo it from start for the key again itself. So let's look for the door first. Otherwise, we'll just be wasting a little bit too much time on redoing the key without knowing what our destination is. And here we go. Yeah, in Terminator mode, it's been a while. Welcome back. Okay. Is game audio cutting in and out for anyone else? Thank you for noting that, Ginja Bear. It is not supposed to do that. I will fix that very quickly. I do appreciate it when people tell me if that's the case. There is a particular reason for it that's been mitigated lately, but let's try to fix that up. And Terminator, you retired. Okay, did you just fill up your list with 100 levels, or do you just feel ready to play other things? And yeah, that's true, Terminator. You're quite welcome to continue submitting, given that we have a huge backlog of your stuff to get through. Okay, the sound, Ginja Bear should be much better now. Do let me know if that is the case, or if we need to make any additional fixes. So, thank you for alerting me to that. That's why we usually do a bit of a sound check level at the very start, but I didn't pick anything up this time around, so I didn't know that the problem had arisen. I can't always pick it up immediately on my end, so I do appreciate viewers letting me know when we do encounter technical issues. Okay. Still don't know here whether anything is going to get us to key door. And yeah, Ginja Bear, as much as this could be easily misinterpreted, I'm glad that people do find it a stream that allows them to be put to sleep. Not necessarily out of boredom or anything, but, you know, just out of having some way to wind down at night, if it is at night in your respective time zone. But yeah, let's move on here. And Bogu, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so for anybody just coming in, we did finish this level already. I'm just looking for the key door. We have found the key. I don't have it currently because we have to redo the level to do it, but currently haven't discovered its location. I feel like we need to watch where some of the thwomp retractions are going, and thank you, Bogu, for the other shoe falls. And yeah, Ginja Bear, I used to do that too. Now I just stream this game. Which does mean that I don't manage to catch as many of the people in slots like this one as I used to. Whoops. Yeah, because of the camera work here, there isn't going to be anything that's off-screen in this segment. We need to think about whether I just missed something very obvious in terms of the key door being visible. Because as you can see, we're already kind of at the top of the build. And I don't see anything else that could be constraining the camera here, so... let's pay attention. And Kujin, if that's how you pronounce it, I see both your Korean and your alphanumeric name. But thank you for the submission, regardless of Find the Exit. And Grakowski, welcome. Yeah, Grakowski, we just did the first puzzle stream in a while yesterday, and you may or may not have noticed that we did get through one of yours quickly. And whoops. Okay, like I said, Supernova, since we did clear this already, I'm not going to stay on it too long. It's just that I haven't really even taken a proper look at the key door yet, and so I do want to make a quick attempt at it. If we don't do it, I'll definitely try to do the alternate exit in something like an overflow stream, which is beginning to collect quite a bit of overflow. Let's not lose momentum here. And who did I used to watch? Well, given the schedule here, Ginja Bear, I actually used to watch a lot of Orator, like back in late Maker 1, actually. I mean, sometimes when the text-to-speech spam gets a little bit too much there, I do need to kind of address that. But, you know, back in the late days of Maker 1, that was pretty much the only game in town during the hours at which I'm most active here on Twitch. So, but that really was one of the reasons I kind of got back into Mario Maker in a big way in the late phases of Maker 1, like right at the tail end of that game. Nowadays, there's a much bigger selection to choose from. I guess the streaming scene is just much broader these days. I also pay a lot more attention to smaller streamers nowadays, because there's that tighter sense of community between them and much more person-to-person interaction. Like, definitely you'll find that around this time and around when I tend to end stream, there is a particular set of streamers that tends to be on sort of around that time zone changeover that has created this scene within a scene where we're constantly raiding each other. But yeah, in general, and this is something I've talked about on the stream quite a bit before, it's sort of interesting that Maker 2 has such vastly different social dynamics than Maker 1. Just mostly from the state of the community and also just, you know, from... Yeah, what happens when we go back? Probably nothing of interest. I'm still just scanning this carefully to see if we missed a key door here. Maybe it's something to do with the bonus screen, actually. Like, it's something we can do on the bonus screen to get up there. And yeah, Ginja Bear, it's very true that I was off for a few months at the end of last year and at the beginning of this year, and when I came back, there were a lot of new people in the scene already. Streamers who had just kind of established themselves within those few short months and had a very unique contribution to make on their own, but... Garlic Bread Ben, welcome. But yeah, I think that, you know, in many ways, Mario Maker 2 tends to be much more splintered in terms of a lot of people having stable sub-communities with their own little niche interests within the game. Oh, you know what? No, it can't be. I'm wondering whether it would be something like being able to grab the spring somehow and doing an up throw and then doing spin jump, but then that doesn't get you up to the platform. Okay, so maybe that's not the answer. Because I'm thinking here now of carrying the spring to the next section. That can't be it, though. Because you can't actually get out with the spring, even if you do that. Probably just missing something really obvious. Let's not do that. What's my stream schedule? Adelia Sunshine, this is my usual start time, and we do run viewer levels here as well as the same time tomorrow. The schedule is going through a couple of changes. We do midweek streams as well that usually have the same start time. And lately I've been doing indie games on those, but we're going back to Mario Maker for probably the next few weeks. So yesterday, for instance, I was doing a puzzle stream that was supposed to be short, but went on too long, as always. And we have a variety of things. I wonder if you make it up to the platform right away, whether you can grab that spring, and then whether you can do anything with that, because if you grab the spring, notice that you don't need any additional spin jumps from here. You can do standard jumps all the way here. And maybe if you grab the spring, you're able to bring it over here and then make it up to... no, one-way panels, never mind. But what if you carry the POW with you and then drop it under... No, guess not. I think you would need a spring. Or... Oh, no. It's here. It's tied to this location right here. This is the key door. Hence the track. Yeah. No. Let's do this. Let's do this. You just need to do it straight from the start. I wasn't even reading the track there, actually. But clearly the door is paired with something that's buried underneath the goal. Okay, no, I see it now. Let's do it. As long as we don't burn too many attempts on dying in the second half. And here I am just scoping out the whole second section carefully and dying over and over again, but... See, this is what happens when you don't read what the level is trying to tell you. It's okay. Spin jump. As Grakowski was saying, diagonal thwomps, inconceivable. I do not think that thwomp means what you think it means. Okay. Up here. Now, let's go up. Land on the P. Adam, welcome. Yeah, given how much door trickery we see all the time in Supernova, you would think that I would have picked up on that much sooner instead of just resetting the whole level right away. Whoops. And here we go. Yeah, I was getting through puzzles so quickly yesterday. And I thought, okay, great, this will be a short stream, we'll just do one more. And then the last one had me stuck for well over an hour. But I think it was using some kind of item jank that I don't actually know. I'll think about it at another point. Like, we do go back and solve puzzles that stumped me every now and then when I have some kind of aha moment. Make some kind of breakthrough. Okay, let's move fast enough here to grab the key. And let's one-shot the second segment, which may be a tall order given how we've been performing so far. I always like bonus challenges that are about not using the checkpoint. I respect that kind of hard mode a lot. It is, in ordinary circumstances when it comes to level design, one of my favorite ways of doing harder content. Let's start over. Too much talking, not enough momentum. And we're not going to be done with this yet after that, because there will be the hard mode segment at the end of this. So thank you for the patience of those in queue. I know that I'm kind of doing bonus content here, but it's right in front of us. And I think we can do it, so... If I'm taking too long with it, like I said, Supernova will do it on an overflow stream. But for now, I do want to see it. And up we go. Sorry, I'm a little behind in chat as well, just from trying to pay attention again. But we'll catch up in a moment if I can. Once I remember to not be too complacent here about momentum. Okay, here we go. And up. Yeah, this is not nearly as hard as I was making it look in the way I was playing today. Actually fairly simple. I'm gonna carry the POW with me anyway. You never know. We might break something, we might kill some thwomps that we actually need. Hang on. Never mind. Oh, no, it's stacked on top of the POW. Yeah, no, it totally is, because I'm watching the track. Okay, come on. No, I noticed that right before Glitch said it, actually. But one more time. We got through it quickly, at least. Yeah, you totally do stand on a POW. No, I just didn't think about that as the way the track would be matched. And I probably should have thought about it that way, because you would have the locked door sound if you were actually clicking against it, right? So I should have known that I wasn't actually standing on top of the door, just by reasoning it that way. I was about to say, always nice to see levels that are reliably doable once you do figure it out, though, of course. I was thinking it, I was about to say it. And then we decided to provide a counterexample. Okay, here we go. Spoke too soon. Okay, down we go. Tap this guy. Forward. And on this. Single jump. Whoops. That might have put me down on time a little bit. Definitely put me down on time a little bit. Yeah, we could be playing a lot cleaner than this, but that's fine. Okay. No. I'm glad Warp World is actually working again with Maker Codes this week. I guess that was just a temporary problem that we ran into last week with everybody's Maker Codes being rejected all of a sudden. I've seen it come up once or twice in the last few months, usually when they're doing some kind of work on the back end, I think. That's okay. Forward. Down here. Grab that. And let's not choke. Okay. Okay. Now down we go. Okay, there we go. This stuff is starting to go a little bit smoother. And let's do it. There we are. Okay, checkpoint. New content. Alright. That's going to follow me down. Okay, wasn't sure if I was going for the skull platform or the thwomp there, given that I wasn't quite sure what my speed would be going into the coin trail, but clearly you go back to the thwomp. Don't know if the skull raft is going to remain relevant after that point there, but it is still alive for a while, so... no. I think you do get back on the skull raft, though, yeah, but after the icicle segment, so... And up we go. Okay, down, and that's going to take me down to the track. I didn't see what was actually going on there. Let's reread that. I don't know if I was continuing on to Blue Skull. I don't see what that diagonal track is doing, whether it was positioning me to activate something else. Merlin, welcome. We're doing quite well, thank you. Okay, up we go. And forward. Nope. No. Okay, no. The thwomp is supposed to activate, and you jump on top of the stump after that. If you stay on the left of the platform, you should be within thwomp range, and then you should be able to get on top of the thwomps plus stump before the platform drops off the lower diagonal track, I think. Okay, so let's left here. There we go. That's how to do it. And here we go. Thank you, Roy, for all the playtesting and the awesome content. Heart, smile, stump. I kind of want to see comments in this section here. No, nobody? Okay. Maybe I'm just not within range. That's fine. Let's stall here. Grab this. So Document, yeah, it is built on both the top and bottom of the world. It's got two sections stacked together, just given the amount of distance that the thwomps have to cover. Very similar to the Hadron Collider level, in fact, in terms of a mechanic that inherently is going to take up a lot of space. But in this case, maybe less so with the Hadron Collider one, but certainly in this level, the sort of entity density is not really that much. Like, you can get away with very few elements per screen and just cover a lot of distance that way. So, thank you for that. Let's mark that as a win and move down the list for next. Thank you so much for the patience of everybody on stream. I don't always do bonus objectives, but when I do, they go like that. And Merlin, yes, that's right. You had the dedicated level that was designed especially for us, so we will hopefully get to that before too long today, so we can show that off. Tempest Funk, if you are still here, would love to see your latest. Please check in. Yeah, Supernova got all of those 20-second levels out of his system back in April Fools, so... And, okay, here we go. And in the end, Supernova taught us all a very valuable moral lesson in that his properly designed levels, I think, ended up farming far more likes than the 20-second joke levels ever would have. We hope. Okay, so Tempest Funk is going to show us Pokies in Space, a traditional platformer made for Maker Madness. I've seen Maker Madness tagged on some things that have shown up in my new level list lately, but I don't actually know what event that is, like who's running it or where that's been going on. I assume it's a Discord thing, but I haven't really been up on many aspects of the community side lately, so... Regardless, Maker Madness. Let's see what this is going to do. Ah, okay, for a race between streamers. Okay, yeah, that sounds familiar, now that you mention it. So you had very little time to make this, but we should think about this as Something that other people will be racing over while we explore patiently to do things like grab mushrooms. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that tomorrow then. I mean, I guess the mushroom would theoretically allow you to damage boost, so if you're going for time, maybe. It's something useful. But yeah, I like that pokey bump over here. Also like that the question blocks on either side give you multiple chances to hit. Okay, fine. I should have maybe not tried to gun it like that. Yeah, so another Thwomp range activation that we need to pay attention to here, as before. Okay, let's not just speed boost. Okay, sure, let's speed boost. And yeah, with the Thwomp sort of on the bottom stack there, I think that will probably not raise the Pokey by enough to get over me. It just seemed to go up one block. So we'll keep that in mind if we see a similar setup, but sure, let's just be a little bit careful here. Play very cautiously. And might as well... Okay. Whoops. Didn't expect to run into that spring. Okay. That's fine. We got checkpoint. We don't have checkpoint because I don't have mushroom. That's fine. I actually like earned checkpoints. Don't mind that even if we did miss it. And, okay, here we go. And it's for a race anyway. I mean, like, it makes sense to have something like an earned checkpoint. Even if you do kind of need to understand that stalling a bit to get the mushroom at the very beginning and surviving with it is actually going to be very valuable. A lot of things you can do there. Anyway, Clown Car is just going to be pure outrunning unless, of course, you just decide... Well, it is going to try to tail you anyway if you do take damage and have it sweep to the right side. Sure, let's grab this. And whoops. And, oh, should have kept that in mind that it is going to continue to bounce. Just wasn't reading this ascent properly here. But yeah, I really like the checkpoint setup. Anyway. I do get sent all the good stuff. That's very true, Supernova. Like, every time I watch somebody else's viewer level stream, I feel absolutely spoiled by you folks. Often I think I don't realize how good I have it until I see what other people are getting. Whoops. Yeah, let's be a little bit more patient with that one there. Okay. Up here. Nope, same mistake. We can actually beat that and go faster. Because, yeah, that's just going to be dependent on Thwomp activation. I think? Maybe not. I need to go back and read that properly. So. Well, I mean, Merlin, there's no particular trick to it. I think one of the reasons we've just cultivated a really high standard of submissions on this level, on this stream rather, is that, you know, I hope this is kind of an environment where people feel like good design actually gets appreciated, right? And I think that's definitely not the case for every stream out there. No, it's not a criticism of that. It's more that, you know, other streams have different priorities, different kinds of entertainment value that they're going for from their respective audiences. You are supposed to go under, aren't you? I think so. Never mind. We'll do it this way. Beat all this, and up we go. And that's a fairly easy pattern to read, so let's go up. Yeah, considering that you put this together quickly, Tempest Funk, this one is, I think, as I was saying earlier, very well suited for a racing event. So, do feel free to share the timestamps or whatever when this does come up, in case I don't manage to catch any of the Maker Madness event streaming. Okay. Yeah, this is just a little part to be careful with over here. Up we go. And thank you for that. Super Duper Alex, thank you for Go Go Mario Remake. You see a few things you want to fix? Yeah, good to have that in the bag in terms of playtesting while you still have some time to make some last minute tweaks. Let me check my list right now. I guess, oh yeah, Glitch, you wanted me to see the other paths in yours, isn't that right? Because I believe you are... Oh, wait. Or is this... Did I just not clear you from the queue earlier, or what happened here? I thought you resubmitted. Did you want me to resubmit? And okay, you want to do another level. That's fine. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, I thought you added back in, but sometimes I'm not totally clear about tracking that, so... Let's just grab that. And do you want to... oh, you want to upload something that is... Okay, okay. You don't want me to pick this one because you're going to send that to Gorkowski on his stream later. We... I don't think, given the length of the queue and given that you're a repeat, I don't think I'm going to do the boss rush right now. I can do something else, though. We had done some of the other levels earlier. 0.75 here, but something short. We might do that one. The bathroom is occupied. Can you hold your pee for a minute? Interesting. Oh, Space Invaders. Let's do this one, actually. I've caught up on a lot of the ones before that, too, so I guess it's just this little sequence here that I missed out on. Koopa Troopas know nothing of social distancing. You must stop them. So, boss battle, short and sweet. Isherwood with the record. Also a very entertaining streamer. Yeah, let's catch up on some of this older business. So for folks who are new here, we do tend to swap between next and subnext, although sometimes if we don't have too many subs in queue, I just go straight down the list. This one was the next one regardless. So tutorial first, and then we come up, and then it's an enforced on state going into the door. Okay, so let's see what the tutorial is all about. Seems complex. Okay, so the lost state seems to be if the Goomba comes down and hits that block. If I'm understanding this correctly. What if I grab some of this? I can totally grab it. So you see 4 of these here. Does it mean that I have to kill the Goomba or kill all 4? Oh, I see. Okay, so this is kind of a refreshable thing where you can bop everything and then something here will have the key. Fuzzy Beetle gets displaced. That's interesting. What if I try to hit 2 at once? Yeah, because that prevents it from sliding out on either side. Okay. We're going to nab the spring here, of course. And and we'll see. Ah, it's a defense level. It's like a tower defense. Okay, great. That's fantastic. I always love to see tower defense style concepts. But, oh yeah, we were supposed to hit up an additional block. Okay, and I see. And then that's the lost condition once you have a leak outside the left side. So, yeah. No, I always love to see defense concepts in this game. And had no idea that that's what we were going to be in for. Notice that we can have these entities, these elements be blocked a bit. This is going to be a problem. Yeah. Unfortunately, the blocks just didn't refresh quickly enough, so... Yeah, so it's one leak, and then I see what's going on. That's... You're given a limited number of leaks until... it's actually death that drops you onto the P-switch. Because something is going to... Yeah, I see. Because that spot is no longer available since it's blocked. So there's a finite number of leaks before you get the P-switch activated. And you don't want the block to be activated anyway because it does make your life quite a bit harder. Okay. Yeah, it's too bad about that bit of a sliding state. We're going to have 3 leaks here. Yeah, this is going to be death. Okay. You get 1 chance and it removes the... Yeah. Removes the defense locations on the side. I feel like we do need to hit blocks in the middle to make sure we hit things accurately. But I can't always do that, so... Okay. Nope, that's gonna be a miss. Yeah, the issue with the side being blocked is that if you miss one, when a second enemy is already over the center line, then you're definitely dead. So it's not really a second chance if you have a sequence of 2 enemies that is approaching that location. Yeah, and so you can't really just spam these, unfortunately, given the cooldown time. The cooldown time does worry me a little bit, given that... Okay, here we go. Okay, we're kind of under control again. Luckily, we do still have the helmet here against the hammers. Just need to make sure that we don't hit anything on the side here. Alright, this is going to be trouble. Okay, nope, that's going to be death. Yeah, no. With the hat, you definitely need the hat for sure. Because otherwise the hammers are just going to wreck you. Particularly because you only have a few valid locations to hit from, so... Yeah, I remember seeing some track-based castle defense levels back in Maker 1, but I've barely seen anything like this in Maker 2. Sometimes I've seen some Link defense levels where you just have to sit in one location and bop everything with the arrows, but not that often do I see defense maps in this game anymore. I actually think it's a valid strategy here to occasionally give enemies a chance to walk over to the right so you can obstruct the enemies behind them and slow down the whole stack. Yeah, Buzzy Beetles are a massive problem here, actually. They're much harder than I imagined they would be. I didn't know that they would consistently slip like that. But I guess that's just a property of Buzzy Beetles specifically, and so... Nope. Oh, they got pushed on our side. That's terrible. Okay. Nope. Still got pushed. That's okay. It looks like this is the big boss here, so... There we go. And here we are. Yeah, very neat. Enjoyed that one very much. And thank you for all the GGs. Next will be Adelia Sunshine, who did just check in with a GG, so let's punch that in. And yeah, Glitch, thanks for coming by. Adelia Sunshine, we have done this one before. Would you like us to play something else? Oh, this is the only one. Okay. Yeah, because you showed this one to me recently, I think. Given that this is a July level. So, Adelia Sunshine, do you have an alternate, be it a suggested level from somebody else, or a new upload that you're doing, or anything else, or shall I just proceed? You let me know. Yeah, I already did. I mean, we can take a quick look at it briefly, but if you want to see it again, but I won't necessarily stay on it very long if we do. Given that I'm pretty sure I saw this one very recently if you look at the upload date, so... And I recognize it too, so... So yeah, let me know if you have another favorite level that you want to sub in for it, or if you can skip. Okay, we'll pass on it. Yeah, thanks for checking that anyway. Would have loved to grab something. But we'll just skip for the time being then. Okay, Terminator, let's take a look at your code. Yeah, I hope you've been well lately. I did notice that you had been gone for the last little while, given that we're not really proceeding that much further with your multiple series of levels. Last level of the current series, okay. 5YMM, so Yoshi P-Balloon Spectacle, a series finale dedicated to 5YMM. I'm sure 5YMM appreciates the compliment. Also uploaded on or about the 2nd anniversary of this game, Super Mario Maker 2, if you look at the late June release date. So let's have fun and stay with Yoshis. Yeah, totally understandable if you've been busy all summer. Okay, Yoshi and P-Balloon. Oh, 5YMM. Okay, I thought I was about to say like symmetry or something. Okay, going to get a little bit of a timer checkpoint here, and same idea as before, that we're going to have the Yoshi P-Balloon escort race, right? Except this time we have to do 2 Yoshis. And, oh! So we must have missed something with the timing, because this was clearly supposed to clear if a Yoshi was running on a bottom track. For some reason, a Yoshi was not running on a bottom track, possibly because of some timing error on my part. I don't think I missed anything. Yeah, because you're supposed to hit both on-off switches to make that happen. Let's go back and see what we missed. And down we go. Okay, top Yoshi's gonna run, bottom Yoshi's going to say, wait for me. And Okay, so they're actually going to activate this time. I wonder what was responsible for the activation failing last time. Because I definitely didn't understand what went wrong. And then Thwomp is going to hit the P. Did we lose the first Yoshi? Did he just run way too far off? Okay, here is a boss box. Ah, both Yoshis are here. They're kind of trapped and loaded. We're supposed to come up here to have Yoshi run around and hit switches. Okay. So, Yoshi runs around and hits switches, and what does that do? It is going to release something from this blaster. Am I correct? No, that's just a reset to make the on-off go. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, you just need to position yourself such that you have enough switch activations from the Yoshis to eventually activate enough bombs down this conveyor belt to blow everything up to the key. Then you grab the key and go. Yeah, so the idea is that you come up here, and then you get the activation, and then the bomb should follow. So you can just kind of keep Ludwig off screen, though, right? Like, we don't actually need to deal with him, as far as I can tell. But you do need to do something to get the bomb activation here. There we go. Yeah, so you do need to be within range slightly. I'm just sort of wondering how this mechanism is controlled in terms of like why you need to come over here to spawn the bomb. But that's okay. We understand the general sequence here. We just need to get the last bomb detonation, and then that will give me access to the key. Yeah, the blaster is totally on screen. I don't know why the bomb was failing earlier. Let's not get hit by the bomb. And let's come through. And, oh, I see. So this is a segment that theoretically allows you to come over here. Yeah, there we go. If you have another key, which I don't. Let's see what this is. Okay, I guess we kick this through, and yeah, the shell, once it bounces through enough blocks, will eventually hit the key. Yes, there we go. And through we go. Cake. And 5 candles over something gigantic. We're just going to blow out all the candles. And we see 50. Big floaty cake. And yeah, Terminator, of course we found a secret room. Or at least we bothered to look. I mean, it was right at the tail end of our curiosity. So. Okay, big coin segment at the end, as we've seen a few times before earlier in the series. Just a little bit of a celebratory bonus. Sure, we'll grab checkpoint. Just in case we die here for some reason. And here we go. What interests me here is that given that you can't really die from checkpoint, unless you go up the pipe perhaps, like you actually went through the effort of doing one last little clear check so you could go from checkpoint to the goal at the very end. That's takes some dedication. So speaking of dedication, Terminator, I know you said that you were kind of putting down Mario Maker for the time being while you let streamers like me go through your backlog, but as you probably know, the 5YMM project is coming soon. How soon, I can't say exactly, but you folks have that to look forward to eventually before we pass into 6 or 7 or 8 years of this game. So, hope you enjoyed A Level's End, so let's mark that as a win. And thank you for that, Terminator. I don't think we have any active subs in right now, which is fine because we'll just go down the list. Sorry, go down the list by hitting next, rather. And Kudyin, if that's how to pronounce it. Let's take a look at yours. Thank you for coming by. Find the exit. Where's the goal? A very new level with difficulty 1 star. Let's see how we do. I see lots and lots of blocks. Let's see what that's all about. And yeah, Terminator, thank you for the redemption of Skip the Queue. We'll honor that next after I'm done with this. Remind me in case I forget. So, let's see here. But yeah, I'll take care of that at the end of this level so we kind of know how we're doing. So, we need to obtain a key and then hit this. The arrow is pointing to the jump block, which tells me probably that we need to be hitting these things down here. In order to do that, we need to activate the on-off switch eventually by something like igniting the bomb. Also, it's entirely possible that there's something going on off screen here. No? Yes, Super Ball. Okay. Yeah, we just needed the block to push me off screen, and then we do a deflection. Now, if you deflect towards the bomb, it's going to ignite, and then it's going to release the Goomba, which we do not want to... it doesn't matter if we kill it, because we can just jump down here and hit the blocks manually ourselves, right? So, it doesn't actually matter. The Goomba, however, maybe holds some kind of bonus, so we'll just do that. Possibly this is going to get me no key at all. I guess the Goomba holds the key because it's on top of a semi-solid, as we probably should have paid attention to much earlier. Nice to have those single tile deflections on the Super Ball. This looks like it's going to give me a different item entirely. We may as well see what it is. Yeah, Big Mushroom. I thought it was maybe something like that. The Big Mushroom is so scarcely used that it's not actually the first thing that comes to mind often. But we may as well just tap everything we can. There's a key, as I thought. Notice that there's no sign of a key door over here, so the key is just a little... either a bonus or a surprise once you get through all of this. 2 keys, in fact. And they both remain active, which means that you do have the doors to sustain them. I guess... yeah, we should actually tap that and go. Wrong way. So if you, for some reason, didn't have the keys, you'd be stuck here. We do, however, have 2 keys, which means that I get to drop over here and get out the entrance. And then a hint. So we need to break this, and then we trust me. The exit is here, probably. Oh, okay, that's interesting. It's like a micro troll. Yeah, it's... I'm thinking about this because you have the entrance built over here. Given sufficient height on the entrance, you could bury the flagpole over here and have the scroll stop. Like if you raised the whole entrance, You. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, we just killed the block. Okay. You could theoretically bury the flagpole in this location. And if you take damage, maybe with a certain collision... maybe not. Let me think about this. So you're telling me... Oh, I see. Okay, so... It is a dev exit plus a checkpoint that you were pushed into by one of the prior interactions. So a bomb initially had blown up one of these locations in the room that gives you a super ball. And there's the GG. So there is a dev exit that allows you to go through without death. Or actually, no, it wouldn't be, because if you are pushed through to that room with the super ball, that would actually be the real exit. It's just that you would need to know that it's there, and you would need to know to go up the pipe. So let me take a look at this. 46 seconds under record. Super ball room, hey? So let me just do this quickly. I actually don't remember what the pipe placement was at the end there, but I'm not going to do this very exhaustively. I just want to follow my curiosity here for a moment. I think the on-off state might matter here. I actually just don't remember how the room looks. Actually, no, you would have some difference in the scrolling. No, I know. Because I'm 2 tiles high, I think that actually prevents me from going through. And I'm unable to take any damage here unless I would not be able to get up to the bomb, so... Yeah, so that's how you prevent that from happening, so... Let's maybe not try to fish out the dev exit then. But yeah, neat little fake out over here. Just taking a quick look here. And that's all buried in the subworld because of the pipe setup, so you can't actually discover that from anything you do here. Oh, I see. Yeah, you entered a flag from the pipe on the right side. You see that there is a dev door to the left side of the flagpole. And, of course, the whole thing that's marked dev exit. And... so, yeah, that would be matched to some pipe that is in this subworld. As you can see, a green pipe in a subworld matched to a dev exit, out the door, and then to the flagpole from the left side. Thank you for that. And Mail64, welcome. Iggy's Hidden Armada Rising. That sounds familiar. Terminator, you cashed in Skip the Queue. Let's make sure we do that. I will redeem the points here, and let me just make sure I get Warp World to cooperate with me, so... It'll just be a moment while we try to make sure everything is working. And I'll mark the reward as redeemed. And then we'll punch in the code. Yeah, I was saying months ago that I actually need to put in some more point rewards. Because we don't have much of a selection here. And so we have some long-time viewers who have been stacking tons and tons of points and feel bad about skipping the queue every time, so they don't do it. And so we eventually need to do some other rewards, but first we will redeem Terminator's other request, which is to read number 153 before we come in here and play Living on the Edge 18 with a troll warning to escort and protect the Master Sword. So give me just 1 second to pull that up, because I do not, in fact, have all this stuff from memory. 153. Cupid laid by his brand and fell asleep. A maid of Dian's disadvantage found, and his love-kindling fire did quickly steep in a cold valley fountain of that ground, which borrowed from this holy fire of love a dateless lively heat, still to endure, and grew a seething bath, which yet men prove against strange maladies a sovereign cure. But at my mistress's eye, love's brand new fired, the boy for trial needs would touch my breast. I sick withal the help of bath desired, and thither hied a sad distempered guest, but found no cure. The bath for my help lies, where Cupid got new fire, my mistress's eyes. And thank you for that, Terminator. We will mark that introduction as redeemed as well and play the level. Okay, so let's tap some swords. E-Switch is going to come down right away and laugh at you. We can, of course, bump the P-Switch with my head all I want if we have some reason to eventually do that. We shouldn't do that, of course, that kills the other sword. We probably want to reset out of this quickly. Yeah, because we don't want to nuke the other sword, we want to activate the on-off switch. In order to activate the on-off switch, we need the sword to fall on top of the P-switch, but not get bounced all the way back up. If you look at it here, in the current state of things, if you tap the sword all the way around, it's going to fall down towards the P block. If you activate the P-switch, then it hits the jump block, and then it bounces back up. However, if it hits the jump block might spawn something that is going to roll over and hit the on-off switch. So that's probably correct, actually. So what I need to do is I need to position the P-switch such that it is going to be readily accessible. I'm going to move the Master Sword over, and then we need it to... Actually, that's not time sensitive. We can just do this however long we want, except, of course, we need to take out some of this stuff before we do that. That is a little bit trollish, as the level warned us. So we'll just check for some of that stuff very quickly at the start. So, for example, you can do this, but then if you bomb that, you get that out of the way. Notice, too, that with the activation of the on-off switch, that everything up top is going to just come down towards you. So yeah, as expected, it's going to give me the on-off switch over here. Oh, didn't expect the firebar. Okay, so we need to dodge the firebar, and then we need to send the sword over. So I'm going to scout ahead slightly. And yeah, Mill64, I hope you're doing well. You put a code in to get a spot? Yeah, no worries. You're perfectly allowed to do that. A lot of people will do that, of course, as you know from experience with playtests that they want to upload at the last minute. Things that are clear checking on the fly. So, same idea. We need to... Oh, yeah, we had the same problem here with this invisible block. This guy here. I had to bomb it out of the way, just in case. So we need to get out of the way of the firebar, but we also need to not let it crush the Master Sword, because if we left the Master Sword to here, the burner, the firebar rat would come down and whack it. Okay. Ah, okay. And then you need to take it up somehow. Because if you're down here, that's what that does. Okay, no, the sword is actually surviving down in that location, so. And you bomb the right side and continue the escort, by the looks of it. Let's see if there's an on-off activation that I could do first before any of that. Drop that. And whoops. Okay, didn't want to do that. But we have checkpoint, so it doesn't matter. So if we have checkpoint, why do I care if we actually successfully get the sword over? Because we would need to die here, since we need to respawn at checkpoint with the on state. Unless we reset here, yeah. Okay, this looks like a troll anti-soft lock thing, maybe? Let's... Yeah, anti-soft lock by the looks of it. Okay, so looks like we toss a bomb, actually. Or, oh no, we hit the sword, okay. So for those of you who haven't played these before, so the Terminator's Living on the Edge is a whole bunch of levels of different genres that all involve tapping the sword. This is the first one that I've played that actually is a troll. Because the other ones are usually, you know, platforming challenges or boss challenges, or there's a whole variety of them, but they all involve using a sword to tap another sword. And we'll just try to make this happen eventually. Yeah, I guess if we had just escorted the sword to begin with past the activation of the on-off switch, then we would not need to worry too much about this. However, my sort of general principle of anti-soft locks, though, is that like I'll do them once, but in general, it might actually be faster to just reset the level, and so I may do that instead. Because it may actually be faster to just not endure this. Okay, sure, let's let the twisters pick up on the left side, and then we'll... Yeah. We'll try to do this once, but then if I wind up back here a second time, we won't attempt that. Okay. Nope. Nope. Pretty much impossible to see your own position with the twisters, unfortunately, so... Let's go back and... tap this. Yeah. Stay to the right a little bit, and then there we go. So the bumper's going to keep me in a position that's... should prevent me from doing too much else. Okay, there we go. And then that's going to drop. That's right. As expected. So let's get back to checkpoint. Checkpoint is going to give you the on state. Which is fine because it means we only hit that once. Oh, unless that happens. Because then you would need a second sword, right? Like you would need the first sword, and then you would need to grab the second sword quickly. I see. I didn't actually see that that would be the case, so... Here's how we're gonna do it. Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's watch out for that block as well. That's going to be something. And, yeah, let's just reset. Okay, so, same idea. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Take this down. Okay, next priority is we get the sword out of the way so it doesn't get crushed, then we stand out of the way. Okay, there we go. And then it's okay for it to drop off to the right side, as we discovered earlier. Just going to be conveyed down by the conveyor. Oh, that's interesting. We didn't run into any of that previously. That's Okay. That was new to me. Yeah, let's start. Okay, tap this, drop it. Oh, nope. Everything is a little bit fragile. Yeah, definitely a little bit risky to be using a combination, of course, of control design ideas with a very technically finicky concept like this, simply because, like, I'm glad you definitely tried it to make that work, but usually with troll levels, because of the element of repetition involved, you don't want anything to be too execution heavy. Like, you do want it to be very focused as a knowledge barrier. This isn't too bad, though. It's fairly repeatable so long as you just remember where some of those locations are going to be. We don't want to deal with a chain chomp. Ah, yeah, that's how we did it before. Okay. That's why we didn't have cheap issues. Okay, down we go. Let's not consume the sword. Let's bomb this location, and then next thing after that is we're going to hit the on-off switch, and then we escort this guy before fire starts coming down. There we go. And yeah, we can reset a checkpoint. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. Like I said, it will be faster to redo this than to do the anti-soft lock, so let's do that instead. In theory. In practice, maybe not so much. Okay. Okay, no. Accidentally consumed it. So let's do this. Yeah, Terminator, if this begins to run too long, usually with troll levels I may break them down into multiple segments. Just so you know, like if we have some big reset to the beginning later that loses a ton of progress, we may try to break this into a second session, so or a second submission later to stream if you're able to stay for it. Just so we can get through more of the queue. But in the meantime, we are still making progress, so let's just do as much as we can. Yeah, this just punishes you for missing. Let's not consume the sword. And yeah, I feel like the segment so far that we've seen is pretty manageable once you do understand what's going on. Okay, so this is the part that we had issues with earlier. Let's jump over here. Let's tap this to the left, actually. Let's bomb this location. Let's not lose the sword. And that's going to get bumped over. And then that's going to hit the P-switch, which does what? Gives me the door. Come on. There we go. And then we need an on state to go through that door. Assuming that we can trust that. I don't actually know if we should trust that. I feel like I want to just go through this. Okay, maybe not. This probably just drops you back to the start or something. Oh, okay, same anti-soft lock idea, okay. Maybe I should have trusted the indication there. Every now and then. It's okay, not too difficult to repeat. Well, that's the thing about troll levels, is that they do create this distrust of instructions. So, let's stand out of the way. That trap was designed for the clever? Yeah, you caught me. Oh, yes you did. Okay, everything here is going to be straightforward. Now we do need to hit this accurately. And then down we go. Okay. Arrow shot up here. And then let's go quickly. We're not actually using the checkpoint, so let's just blow up this stuff here. Okay. Yeah, it is fairly quick to get back here once you know what you're doing. One important thing we'll do before we move the sword over is I'm just going to check all these locations. Okay. Checking that pipe, of course, just to be sure. And there we go. Yeah, actually good length for this kind of thing, I think. Not a lot of repetition. Like I said, with the anti-soft lock, I'll do that kind of thing once, simply because looping back around a level isn't too bad once you are past the various knowledge checks. So, thank you for that, Terminator. Yeah, kind of a nice spin on this concept. It's very rewarding, actually, to see this variation on the sword escort that you've been doing all along, after having seen that applied to so many level styles that are maybe a little more straightforwardly communicative. Garlic Bread Ben, thank you so much for your patience. I know you had to wait past the queue skip, and that can be kind of a wrench in your plans if you're expecting to be next, and we're glad to see you stay. So the newer levels are better than your older ones. Okay, great. If you have a particular recommendation, we'll look into that, but otherwise we'll probably just start with something recent. Oh, wow, this is very cheerful. And you have to wonder if this is just part of the same story, right? Where, like, no, I mean, he's not going to die of kidney failure and then cause his parents' divorce. I think he's going to actually do things in a reverse order. Where, like, Mario violently breaks his spine, and then he goes on a kooky colonoscopy journey, and then that causes his parents' divorce, probably because of the medical bills that are involved when there's not properly insured in his country. And because of that, he dies of kidney failure. And then he beats a kid at Fall Guys because he is in hell. Let's take a look at this. Mario violently breaks his spine. Somehow it's your fault, so he is suing you. Better lawyer up. Mario is kind of having a bad year here, anyway. You don't want to get too popular with these because it's the kind of thing where you never know when some random kid is just going to report this to Nintendo and you just don't know if Nintendo is actually going to respond. Okay, so we need to spin jump and we can't actually do it out of water, so... Let's see. I can maybe just jump over if I am careful. Surprisingly difficult hump to get over, actually. I can see why Mario is violently breaking a spine, if this is the sort of ordeal that he's been going through. Okay, let's figure this out mechanically. I think I need to just... I mean, we need to do it twice, regardless. But if I keep jumping, I think I actually do get to preserve a little bit of momentum. Not like that, obviously, but... We'll see about this. Red pipe is eventually going to get me over to the goal. That's probably important to remember. Also, notice that the on switch is going to prevent me from going to the pipe. However, unblocking the pipe may allow something to spawn there. And actually, no. You would want to jump over to the on-off switch, jump back to the left, grab the spring, use the spring to... you would need to operate the on-off switch again. You would need to turn this back on. And then with the spring down here, this would need to be on. And then you drop it here and then you jump up. And then you would exit out to the other green pipe. Not necessarily that one, but it might be through this top pairing over here, which, as you'll realize, does require the on-off state to be on. Now, mechanically, I don't know if there's a better method to use here. The water does, once again, prevent spin jump. Just trying to plan out the arc here. I think this is a doable jump. It's just that I mechanically need to map this out a bit. There we go. And we need to be able to do that 3 times in a row. 4 times in a row, in fact. Unless we used a spring to skip one of them. So we still need to do it 3 times, though. For sure. Minimum. Okay. Yeah, we just need to find the appropriate location to be doing that jump in, but I think it is doable. I'm just trying to read that relative to this little background decoration. And yeah, we can afford to maybe take off just a little bit further forward without running into the spiny. The question is the arc something that requires me to go full forward? I think so. I mean, we did do it successfully earlier. We'll just do a nice, big, huge jump here. Not like that, obviously. That was just a bit of a test. But yeah, do that 3 times and then see what's in the later segment up top. Okay, up we go. So here's the thing, right? Is Mario breaking his spine because he's repeatedly just kind of stumbling on his jumps and falling on his back? Or is the pokey itself like this metaphorical representation of his spinal cord? Because I like to think that that might be the case, even if he has maybe fewer vertebrae than usual. Fewer vertebrae than usual simply because you would not be able to jump through a spinal column that is much taller than that. Anyway. Clearly this has the deepest lore. You know what? Yeah, you know what? We'll just reactivate the on-off switch so we can go back there directly. No need to do more than 2 jumps here. So if we get the second jump, we'll be fine. And we will. Great. Wait, let's carry this back. Before we do anything else. Oh, no you don't. I'm going to check everything here, just to make sure. Because it's quite possible that we need to fall on top of that location anyway, later on in the level. Such that, like, if you do something slightly out of sequence, maybe you fall back into the entry zone, and so it actually may be important for me to be doing this in the long run. We won't need to do it all the way back, but I'm just checking every spot here to make sure. Let's not lose the spring, though, from accidentally dropping it off the side of the screen. Okay, just checking. Now let's move on. Okay, something on the top side there. Let's think about that later. So yeah, as you can see here, if you tap the on-off switch, you can actually fall down into that lower location. But would you want to do that? That's the thing. Okay. Ding dong. I guess not. So the question is, do we want the on state or the off state? Here's the thing. Yeah, this should be at the top of where the camera can go currently, I think. Let's just jump to this block to make sure that is going to be high enough to tug the camera. That's important because we don't want the on state to prevent you from falling in for some reason. Eventually we'll need a red pipe, though. There's no way to do this without a red pipe. So the question is, what's the other green pipe gets you? So let's hope this is not trial and error. It's not. It's just based on the checkpoint over here. Interestingly enough, if you have the checkpoint and you spawn into this room with the off state, then yeah, that's what happens with the spawn block. Now, because we're starting from scratch, we don't have those extra blocks that were in the main screen. That allowed me to start. So I guess we just have to see what's here on the other side of this half of the spinal column. And we know that if we go back through the pipe, it must be with the on state. And a good thing that you do have the checkpoint right before this, it would be much less fun to have a longer reset besides something that quite operates like that. Okay, no, I see what happens now, is that you're able to bust through in the previous room if you do have the spiny hat, assuming that you don't lose the spiny hat, as we're about to show. Okay, there we go. Because then you can hit this, bust through, and then, okay, so that's interesting. Because, of course, if you hit this, it's going to drop the twister, and then just thinking about this for a moment. Well, that's the only thing we can interact with right now, so let's falsify that statement immediately, first of all. And then bust that down, drop the twister, and I guess the idea is that you need the twister to get yourself up to a damaged location, which would then get you back to checkpoint. But let me see. Yeah, what hits the on-off switch? Maybe you need to get within Thwomp range first to activate that, and then get the Thwomp killed. And then come back to do a bit more of that. Let's think about this. Obviously, we do need to hit the Saw Blade a little further up, otherwise Shelmet is just going to bump me against it. Here we go. Take damage again here. And yeah, we would need to activate the Thwomp some other way, I think. Or... no, I know how to do it. I know how to do it. So here's how you do it. You take the Spiny Hat with the on state. You come back here. The off state. You bust this thing down with the Spiny Hat. Wait a minute. Let me check something. The idea that I'm going for is that I want the off state coming in, with this block already busted open with the Spiny Hat. And if I spawn into this room with the off state, then it's going to affect the setup that we see with the Thwomp switch up top, rather than when I start with on and then flip off. I think. I didn't actually look carefully at how the Thwomp was being set up there, so that might be wrong. But the idea is that I want to peel off the hat against a Pokey with this block already open, and then I get out. I feel like that might actually manipulate something. Also, this is not going to get me nearly far enough. That's fine, let's not try it. But we have a rough idea, I think, of what I want to go for here. Yeah, I just have to go right up to that Spiny. Also notice that if I don't wear the Spiny Hat, well, it would collide and would die, so... we do need it to bust through the block for sure. Whoops. Okay, now let's just take the death here quickly. Okay. Take this. It is, as always, dangerous to go alone. Up we go. Nope. A little too far there. It was a very precise check. But doable. Need to start with some drag here and just build up some momentum. Nope, too close. Okay. Let's hope that we don't actually have to start from the beginning at the end. Consistency, obviously, is key. We're able to do that half of the time. In the reverse direction, perhaps not so much. Nope. Okay. We're doing it so well in that direction. I wonder what's wrong with the way back. There we go. Okay, so as before, let's show off what I mean here. We don't want the Poke spawn yet because that will peel my spawny hat. I want to break this, and then I want to come back in. And then I'm going to lose the spawny hat in case there is something that is affected. So we spawn the Poke, we lose the hat, and then we go up. And the Thwomp is still going to hit that switch though, so that's not it. But there is the Blaster. And the Blaster dies. Which indicates to me that the Blaster is unblocked. In a way that might potentially be interesting, because yeah, if the Blaster is unblocked by the on-off switch when you spawn into this room in the off state, it means that one thing we haven't really done is go back into the initial room with the off state after something like that has been broken. So let's maybe not start over just yet. Let me just inspect this a little further. Got a Muncher up there. So the Blaster is something potentially interesting here that we haven't really considered yet. Because it gives us another option to work with here. Nope. And up we go. Speaking of which, I will be closing the queue relatively soon. Certainly by the time I'm done with this level, so I do consider this last call if you are not somebody who has submitted already. Because I do want to make sure I get through everybody else who is in the queue today, and so to do that, we'll need to adjust accordingly, especially because this one, if we are going to progress to the end of it, it could take a little bit of time, even though it's just one little routing problem to puzzle out with it right now. Nope. Okay, up we go. And yeah, we're just going to, of course, lose a certain number of attempts to doing this obstacle every time, but we'll eventually get it. Going left to right is consistent at least, I just don't think I've judged my distance accurately in the other direction just yet, so... Yeah, when you land like that on the far side of the Poke, I'm clearly going a bit early. Nope. Yeah, in general, I find precision checks to just be a little bit of a time extender, if you know what I mean, but that's partly because I'm not really that proficient at pixel precision mechanics. Okay, so notice that if we go through here, you can't actually go back with the on state. Or off state, rather. You can't go back here if the state is off. You can, however, spawn the blaster, which indicates to me something else entirely, which is that we want to take the Spiny Hat and we want to use it to bust through the blocks that are at the start of the level. Now, why is there no spring? Because it spawns from a pipe, or what reason? Okay. So we actually do need to do this again. Over here, this time with a Spiny Hat. Yeah, no. I know how this is going to go now. If you have to do 4 of these jumps anyway... you know, I should have just jumped on top of the pipe, actually. I think. That would have been more efficient. If you have to do 4 of those jumps anyway, then you may as well just start from the beginning instead of the checkpoint, but I should have just jumped on top of the pipe and thought about that spawning location a little bit differently, so... Yeah, because you can just bust through the blocks at the very start of the level. That's one thing I hadn't considered. So let's burn a bit more time on a precision check before we finally get it. And the fewer times we do this, the better. This kind of thing. Okay, there we go. One state here. Bust that just in case. Let's go back here. There we go. Grab this on the way down if I can. There we are. And now we're in business. Because now we can do this. Now, if you come out with the off state, the blaster actually blocks you, so we don't want the blaster here. And you'll notice that we activated the swamp up top. Why do my and welcome Amuga parents, isn't that answered in a different level? And Jella, welcome. Why do my parents always fight, presumably? Why do my parents fight is... It's... Oh, new sentence, okay. I mean, I think the answer is very clear. It's just that if you are in a household where doing precision jumps over pokies from water is just this expected thing that's just being passed around the family, that's just going to happen. Ah. Need a little bit with the thwomp over there. Let's see if we can actually go through with the P-switch active. Yeah, that's fine. And Mamuga, you can't sleep for whatever reason. Well, might be the stimulation from watching Twitch all night. But anyway, thank you for that, Garlic Ben. Sure, why not? I don't know if maybe there's like this continuity where, you know, with your parents fighting, you wind up having a divorce and all that. feel like these are kind of all thematically linked, you know, given the sort of phallic nature of the Poke obstacle that we saw in the last level in the first place. Anyway, thank you very much. Mail64 coming in with skip the queue. Okay. Just give me one moment here, as we mark this one as a win. And hey, Suarkle, just saw you come in as well. So, as I said, at this point I am going to be closing the queue. So, despite a little bit of rearrangement that we had earlier, everybody should get played. So, hopefully you're all able to stick around to see your own level. I will do my best to get through everybody. So what I'll do is I'm going to honor Mail's request for skip the queue. And then I'm going to close the queue. And then it's going to be straight down next from there. So that's the order for the remainder of the show. And SDJML coming right on time for the closure. Yeah, I actually, SD, I was just talking about how I was about to close the queue. As soon as we managed to get Mail's Redemption in, so. So, Mail64, we're going to punch in that code, and then it'll be a queue closure. Yeah, I'm glad you managed to type that fast, SD. Looks like you will probably be our closer today. Last update, you swear? Yeah, no worries. Mail64, if there is a particular path or room that you want me to take a look at and prioritize, please say so. And I'll give you a chance to respond to that while I do the queue closure and make sure that the bot and everything else is updated. Normal path, okay. Like I said, we'll just go straight down in order after this one, and that will be what we have time for today. Let me just make sure, Mail64, that your redemption here is actually cashed in. I'm gonna vacuum up those points. And you say it's the last update, so let's see what kind of soft locks we can uncover this time. Okay. You want me to do standard route, and you want me to take my time with something. We'll see what that is. Oh, okay, some additional chomping going on here from the pipe. Then we'll come down here. Not die to the chomp. Not die to the pokey either, I hope. Tap this guy, grab the fire flower. Totally wrecked my own path under my feet. And SD, stream's been going pretty well. Okay, nearly nuked my own path once again. And yeah, we've been consistently getting good levels today, as usual. Spent way too long looking at the secret route in Supernova's latest. But we managed to get it. Okay, so what am I doing here? I need to move the snake block. I need to probably hit the on-off switch as well, and we'll just wrap our way around. Maybe should have left that flower on backup, but like I said, maybe should have left that flower on backup. But we will do something with this Shellmet instead. And then there is the door that is down here. Okay. Over here. And then we drop fire. Yeah, I remember having a little bit of trouble with this part previously. For some reason. Right, because the sheep does need to eradicate some of this path, and we need to watch the semi-solids. Okay. What's this all about? It's all just coins, right? Oh, fire flower. I'll take it. Oh, didn't expect that jump. And whoops, no, probably should have just done a spin jump over this guy. Didn't watch that positioning very accurately. Not that we're particularly rewarded for keeping the flower here just yet. Okay, these guys are going to go up. As before, sometimes it's a little difficult to poke up here to see the P-switch spawn. But we'll do it. And... ooh, let the chomps out. I suppose it was me. Okay, we'll come over here to the safe spot. I feel like I only really know this safe spot from previous experience, and not because I could really figure it out blind, but it needs somebody else to playtest that to be sure. And you did make some changes, okay. Alright. Let's let Morton do his thing, not get stun locked, and get out the door. So red equals blue compared to last time, okay. Oh, okay, in terms of the initial switch order and activation for the P segment and either configuration. Okay, so, I mean, you probably want me to do the hard route. I don't know if there's anything different that you want me to look at this time. But we'll look at it. And, SD, you're saying that I don't have Pug Please or Pug PLS. Is there a particular reason I should? Also, a neat little thing here. I think that Morton's Stomp could potentially kill this, though, just so you know. I don't know if that particularly matters. Also, the other thing is that if Morton winds up in the gap, I think he actually gets crushed between the two stumps. So you have to be aware of that. There could be a crush death on the boss, as far as I can tell from what I'm looking at here. And that just happens if it drops into a location that is maybe not that convenient. So let's go back here. Favorite BTTV emotes? I feel like I'm supposed to know what BTTV is because I've encountered it before, but off the top of my head... oh, Better Twitch TV, that's what it is, right? Better Twitch TV, yeah. I keep forgetting that Better Twitch TV has its own animated emotes and its own thing. Except when people try to spam things in chat. Yeah, no, I know about that. It's just one side of the Twitch experience I haven't actually bothered to look at. Okay, thank you for that, Mel64. I hope that revealed what you actually wanted to see, and thank you for offering me first clear if this is in fact going to be in the last version. Yeah, so you're okay with the potential crush death on Morton, is that what you're saying? Okay. Yeah, just as long as you're aware that that's something that could happen. You're testing it. Look at that 100% clear rate. Definitely getting this off to the right start. Alright, let's go straight down the list. And thank you once again to the patience of people who had to wait behind the queue skips from our regulars. Yeah, as I was saying before, Mail64, at this point, I've done some segments of that so many times that I'm not quite giving you a good read of the blind experience in terms of how people are going to read certain locations for the first time, but hopefully, as you pass that around, you'll get some decent plays to look at. Queenie ran through the sprinkler again, so SD, are the sprinklers actually running at night where you are? What's going on? Atom, yeah, you are here. Let's punch this in. I guess, trying to recall, SD, I think you said you were West Coast or something, but it has been in that side of the country, I think, an unusually hot summer, with everything just sort of being spontaneously lit on fire. So yeah, I guess the sprinkler should be running. So here's a Ghost Spinner by Atom, up and Atom. And it's going to be full jumps, and we'll be holding at the ice blocks, which is the same kind of location system that we've seen from Atom's levels before. So, and SD, hottest summer ever recorded, yeah. That is what I've been hearing. Hopefully nothing on fire, at least not where you are, but anyway, let's do this. Yeah, it's kind of like a shell race, once again. The shell is going to conveniently, whoops, give me a little boost here and there when I need it, except of course when we wear it at last and missed a jump at the end. As long as we make the jumps, not a whole lot of flexibility we need to deal with here. Everything is going to be precisely timed. There seemed to be that extra ice block near the bottom, which was not for me, but which was just for the shell takeoff. There was one ice block that I never jumped on because it was on a lower level, but I think the shell was bouncing up around that location for some reason, so. And I am off the record by about a frame, but we're not really going to improve on that, so thank you for that, Adam. Yeah, it worked really well, that one. Just very straightforwardly watching everything do its job. Okay, Merlin. Merlin, as I understand it, has a dedicated level for us today. If you'd like to check in quickly, I think you are still here, but just want to make sure you're not AFK or something to that effect. Then we'll see what this one's all about. Yeah, Merlin, just going to wait for you to check in here. I do see you listed as being online, and so we'll just bump you back one spot if you are in fact AFK. We bump you back one spot. That would be Super Duper Alex next. I don't know if Super Duper Alex is still here. But that is likely going to be the order. So I do want to see Merlin's level, but we'll make sure he's present first. So let's just pop back one spot. Sometimes people have some issues typing in Twitch chat as well, so I do give them a moment to acknowledge their presence. Super Duper Alex, would you like to check in? I also see Super Duper Alex listed, and so we'll see. Yeah, we'll just bump people back a slot here and there until we get a chance to see who is actually on. Because unfortunately, the way that people's activity in the chat is logged is sometimes, indeed often, inaccurate. You're Supernova, are you really? I really couldn't tell. Failing that, we will pop in Terminator. Because Terminator will be next in the current queue. I think. Terminator, would you like to check in just in case we are able to get you in as the next one who's available in the current order? Let me just make sure things are reordered properly. Because we have a couple of people not speaking up. And failing that, I mean, I see all of these people actually listed as lurking, so I don't know why nobody is checking in. But I do know that Jala is here and speaking, SD is here and speaking. So, Jala, we may actually pull you up first. So just give me a moment here, just going to reorder everything again, and... yeah. I mean, if people are lurking or AFK, that's fine. We'll just get to them later. Now, I think the current order should be correct. Let me just check to make sure I haven't messed things up too much. So yeah, we're pulling in Jala, and then we're going to be back to the original order of, hopefully, if people check in, Merlin, Super Duper, Alex, Terminator, and SD. And if none of them speak up again, then SD, I'll pull you in. That's okay. We usually just don't see it happening with 3 in a row like that with people who seem to be present, and usually stick around because I do recognize them as people who drop in here regularly. But yeah, the reason I wanted to see Merlin's was that he was actually making a dedicated level that I wanted to show off. So, in the meantime, though, let's take a look at Jala's Dizzy Jamping on some heads. It's going to be something from Team Jamp. I think I'm going to hurl 2 checkpoints, spinny, spinny. Let's take a look. Yeah, Mail64, the one time you skipped a queue, you could have waited. Well, you didn't know that. Neither did I. Okay. Just have to decide sometimes based on whether you know you'll be around much longer, so. Of course, we're going to recklessly go for this thing here. Whoops. Okay, we've obtained it in theory. It would have been nice to get out of that safely, not even that difficult to do so, in fact, but... what was in here? Oh yeah, 1-up. As well as a safe location to stop spinning if we really wanted to stop for some reason. Everything's going to wiggle a bit, but we'll... over here. Ah, okay. That kind of stuff is always a little troublesome for me. And you do have to leave early today? Yeah, exactly, so... no regrets about the skip. Sure you've amassed tons of points at this point anyway, given that I haven't really been putting in new rewards yet, despite promising them months ago. Merlin, yeah, Merlin, that's okay. You're still in the queue. I bumped you back 1 spot because you seem to be AFK. And you fell asleep while watching, yeah. No worries, Merlin. I think you're not the only one to do that today. And yes, that's right, you were on vacation. I remember you saying so. I hope you enjoyed Italy. Whichever part of Italy you wound up going to. Whoops. Okay. Over here. Yeah, kind of nice for people to be able to travel again. Okay. Not really enough room to run there. We do just need to extend up a bit. Yeah, I find a spinny part more interesting than the spike dodging part, but that's probably because it's a little bit more active here, a little more headroom to work with. Generally the kind of thing I associate more with what a platformer should feel like, in terms of just giving you a lot of flexibility and airtime. I do like this opening segment, with everything wiggling. Makes a huge difference to have headroom and some spacing and also a lot of motion to really interact with. You were visiting hot springs and cooking yourself in them, so you weren't already sufficiently cooked in the middle of summer, is what you're telling me. And okay, here we go. Maybe I should consider spin jumping over some of that stuff, actually, given that this is a spinny level. Whoops. That might give me a little bit more positional control. I don't know if that gives me quite the height that I want. It will. Nope. Let's not do that. We'll make it back up there and we'll try some things. That's going to be the policy here. Also, I like how the Z indicator at the beginning has a one-up mushroom there disguising the fact that it's a Z indicator. I feel like an indicator isn't really necessary for something that's clearly going to be a spin jump, unless, of course, you have truly introductory players who don't know that button exists. In which case, the Z won't help them anyway, because the actual button you're pressing would be something like L or R. Unless you use ZL or ZR, or if you're using a GameCube controller for some reason. But yeah, pretty obvious that spin jump is what you have to do. It is your only choice. So because of that, I like the fact that it's disguised with the 1-up as just, you know, here's a way to drop a 1-up, it just happens to be a squiggly track. Okay. Okay. Same idea once we get over to the spike, it's just I can't align myself against a block quite so neatly. Here we go. Yeah, Merlin, I know what you mean. I find, though, with the spin jump that I don't have as good a sense of aerial control in terms of adjusting my position, so that's why I wasn't doing that so much. Now, we can P-jump off the P-switch. We would probably want to, in fact, because otherwise I don't get enough of a lift off of any of this stuff. Oh, we need to jump off the P-switch in midair, right? Like, we need to jump off the P-switch as it's coming down, because otherwise we don't manage to get it. We can actually do a regular jump on top of the P-switch, perhaps. Or leave it here. Can I switch to a spin jump off that? Yes, I can. So that's how we'll do it. We'll grab the P-switch and we'll move it to that location. And yeah, let's not do that, obviously. But I just needed the P-switch to be one tile up. And yeah, Limo near Sato, if I'm parsing your name correctly, we just closed a queue because I don't know if we'll get through anybody beyond the current queue. I'm going to get through everybody who's in the queue currently, and if it seems like we're finishing early, what I will often do is open up for people who hadn't submitted previously. So, but I cannot guarantee at this point that it will get through anybody beyond the people who are already in. So technically we are closed. But I am running viewer levels at the same time slot tomorrow if you want to come back then. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I don't want to jump on it in midair. I do want to do spins, I think, and... Whoops. Nope. This is a little bit tricky. There might be a better way to do it. I feel like if the Goomrat there had just wiggled a little bit differently, we would actually have been able to catch it. Nope. P-switches, very finicky thing sometimes. Not grab it by mistake. Whoops. Okay. Nope. Nope. Just trying to spin on the P when I land it. Just don't quite have that timing down. We need a lot of forward momentum going into it, too. There we go. No, not quite. There's time to hit it and get up. No need to P-jump. Huh, really? Time to hit it and get... Yeah, why don't we just do standard jumps here? Why am I doing spins? Oh, I know I'm doing spins because I'm thinking about them in their upside down form. Yeah. But then there's some reason we'd still have to activate the Ps, though, probably for some kind of time check at the end. And yeah, that's correct. And that's going to be spins for sure. Yeah, sometimes when I see Goomrats, I already put myself in spin jump mode just because that is so often the interaction that's going to come up with them. But then we'll move on over here. I see you had enough spare entities to have those blue spike tops all over the place in that zone. Okay, we just need to not pull back on a jump. We can just trust to jump and push forward to get through that location. Whoops. Well, now we need this guy to wake up, because otherwise, standard jump will not be doing the trick. Okay. Alright, let's do this again. We need to wait for everything to wake up. Just a moment here. Let's go. Yeah, still need to fix some of my momentum adjustment as we head on up to the top side. Nope. Okay. Up we go. And that's a checkpoint. Checkpoint with a mushroom, very nice. Okay, luckily this stuff is fairly generous in terms of spacing. However, with the mushroom, maybe this is slightly harder? No, it's not. Good. Yeah, I'm glad this was tuned around accommodating people who have grabbed the mushrooms, because that's something that a lot of people forget to do when they build stuff like that after a checkpoint that gives you a power-up. Just forget to leave enough space, okay. And hey, welcome back, LSEHD or GN, I suppose. Yeah, I did close the queue for now, but if we get through everybody quickly, I might be able to reopen at the end. It really depends, but in terms of the people that I can actually guarantee, we are closed for now. But thanks for coming by. As you probably know, we are going to be back in the same time slot tomorrow as well. Let's not jump that high. I don't see why I can't just get through the green pipe, to be honest. I don't see any... Oh, there is a key door at the end of the red pipe, okay. So possibly there are some keys attached to Boom Boom. I'm not actually clear on that because the green pipe is available. Let's not go fast. Have to adjust to this shell form that was especially designed for the Super Mario World theme in Maker 2. It is incredible to think that Boom Boom only came in with Maker 2. It's just such a second nature element at this point. No, let's not do that. We should probably just do spin jumps anyway, because spin jump will leave me safe on top of the shell form as well as on top of the spinies and spike tops that are underneath. So there's no reason to do a standard jump there when spin jumps will give me everything I need. So let's just head back down. Whoops. Oh, how did that spin get cancelled? That was... Unless I just hit Boom Boom from the side, that's entirely possible. Okay, down we go. Okay. Oh, okay, no, because spin actually can't hit Boom Boom in the Super Mario World form. That's very true. Yeah, no. I don't see that interaction very often. I think partly it's because I've been playing too much with Koopalings lately, and Koopalings respond very well to the spin jump. Well, it's just entirely in the spike form in this theme. I think it's something that's Super Mario World specific. But feel free to correct me on that if you know otherwise, or testing something like that in the editor. Okay, in we go. Oh, we actually hit him just a little bit early, in spite of the fact that the animation seemed to kick him out of the shell form. Okay, down we go. And there we go, 2 keys. Now we have to be a little bit careful here because of the way some of these are positioned. There we go. Yeah, 2 keys. We kind of needed to assume that, but that's okay. It was a safe assumption, and there is that red pipe taking you out anyway. To somewhere beyond. So yeah, it is just kind of a bonus for getting the second key. thank you for that. The other red pipe, presumably it goes towards the bottom exit in case you just killed one Boom Boom, so... I think with no Boom Booms, you just have to go back into the fight. But that way you do design around the different kinds of player behavior you're going to get in a room like that in terms of the assumptions they make about what they require to continue. And yeah, Supernova, that is a good example of something that Yoshi is able to handle that a spin jump can't. Obviously, there are other things too, like Munchers, for instance, where that's the case, but not really that many interactions where that is true, now that I think about it. And yeah, actually, Supernova, I think I know which Mang level you're talking about in terms of that specific interaction. So thank you for that, Jella. Okay, Merlin, welcome back. Hope you had a good nap. Okay, Mysterious Foreign Forest. So you told me that... Yeah, so Merlin came here a few weeks ago and asked me if I had a particular kind of level I wanted to request. I didn't have a good answer at the time. I think I actually asked my chat to field some suggestions, but in the end I think I said something about, okay, make something puzzly, because I know Merlin doesn't actually play very many puzzles and is more of a platformer designer. And so this might be interesting. Turn comments on for hints on where to search. We don't need hints. I don't think. Maybe we do. But we'll have to get into the level and find out why there is a 5-minute world record. So thank you in advance, Merlin, for the dedication. Let's see what the Mysterious Foreign Forest is all about. Okay, so here's a giant mushroom hut. It's like a toad house, except it looks like the SMB2 mushroom. I'm just going to scout ahead a bit. Yeah, we should probably check the door, but... Sure, let's check the door. And it is just the inside of the toad house. Very decorative. It is a very cool mushy hut. The hints are not too spoilery, they're like poetry. Sure, let's take a look. So tough. Okay, that's not your message. Like I always say whenever there is a comment-based level, I really wish that there was a setting to display creator comments only, so you don't get spoiled. Anyway, let's try to read the messages. Look underneath ridge, perhaps even beneath a bridge. Through the... Oh, these are message blocks. Okay, I get it. Eye upon the sky, maybe where you can't see with your eye. What does number 3 say again? Let's let everything rotate. In the water is a secret door. Something about making your score. Go find it and make your score. Let's try to activate comment number 4. Through the plants with the shroom isn't your doom. I'm not actually going to remember much of that, but I appreciate the effort put into that, and also the chance to read that aloud. That's part of the pleasure here, just being able to read things. That's blocked off, okay. Let's see some trees. Okay, on-off switch here is going to get you up to the pipe. And let's go up the clouds. We'll check the lower level afterwards. Okay, warp zone. There are 3 coins in a segment. Well, the decoration here, this part is inaccessible, but I guess it's something like the root system, where something that is just this undergrowth. It looks really cool, this whole thing here with the semi-solid overlaps. You should follow them in order, except for the first three because of key coins. Okay. Well, like I said, I'll have a hard time remembering it anyway, so we'll just explore. Okay, got 2. And this down here is totally inaccessible to me so far. I just want to make sure that's the case, yeah. Eventually, we'll be able to grab Master Sword and do something interesting there as well. And here. Oh, let's check the clouds to the left side. I suspect that will get me nothing. Okay. It's fine. We will check something else then. That's ground tiles. That's not going to let me through. Ah, yeah, there we go. Alright, let's grab that. And go. So eventually, this is going to get closed off by an on-off switch. Oh, I see. Yeah, because everything is just kind of linked up here. And then... yeah, it's purely decorative, actually, because closing this off doesn't really do much. Then we'll head over here. Look at this. This stuff is breakable eventually with Link, everything all the way over to the right. So we'll likely come back to the start with that yellow pipe spawning the Master Sword, and that can get me all the way through here. And yeah, SD, a lot of Merlin's levels are very, very decorative. Having a mushroom allows me to actually damage boost over to the Master Sword at the very start. I don't know if it's going to be that useful for much else, but we can check the bricks up here in case we are able to bust through. Okay, no, nothing up here. Other than what we have seen already. So yeah, there will be a little bit of backtracking as we try not to die below the water. There we go. And I think we saw most of what we needed to over here, so we'll just go back. And we can just go for the Master Sword directly. We'll eventually be doing that. Let's just do all this first. And that's not actually useful to me until I have the on-off activated once more. Let's see how we'll go about that. Where was an on-off even available? I haven't seen it yet. That's okay, we can bust through the right side now that we have Link. And we'll see what that gets me. Speedweed, why is my voice so deep? Did I change my voice changer in BioShock? No, but I should probably take a sip of this tea that I have here beside me in case I'm starting to lose my voice or something. Yeah, I don't think I'm speaking that differently than usual. I am a little bit thirsty, but I always make sure I am armed with some beverages when I am streaming. But since I have my hands on the controller for such long sessions, sometimes I just don't really take the time to reach for that. Also notice that you can potentially fall through here. I don't know if that's a good idea. That looks like a very bad idea, in fact. Oh no, there's stuff down there. Possibly it gets you back out of there. Okay, that is something. yeah, given that we still need to activate an on-off switch in order to get back over. Also notice that because there is a door here, assuming it's a two-way door, bombing this stuff will not lock you because the vine block will in fact come back. And yeah, here we are, on-off switch. Wonder why this lets you fall and die here, but you never know. You didn't place a CP? Oh yeah, I guess I should have been watching the clock. No, don't worry about it. Considering that I've been flowing through this blindly... Oh, wait, we need SMP2 here. We do need SMP2 here. That's an unexpected twist. That's okay, we should be able to throw... oh, no. I know where it is. Let's just check this before we run out of time. And that's going to get me over here to this whole zone. Let's scramble about to see... Oh, more messages, probably. That's okay, we're going to die. That's okay, we really took our time with that attempt and made a startling amount of progress despite that, so... Let's get all of the key coins, first of all. Yeah, I mean, given the degree of nonlinearity here, probably important to have a checkpoint after a big segment, but the thing is, you're still reversing through this stuff with a certain power-up progression, and so... The way the current level flows, you would need to think about some of the checkpoint logic here, because if you are past checkpoints... Well, it would depend on how the doors are arranged, because you don't want people to be reversing through key doors that were from the earlier part of the level, if you understand what I'm saying. So, yeah, for the first try we got through things really quickly, and as you can see, now we know where everything is, so it's really easy to repeat that. It's not particularly fussy. And I know what not to check this time. Okay, mushroom, there we go. And then let's go down. Okay. Speaking of dedicated levels, I do know that some of you have expressed interest in, at some point, having a contest of some sort. And we'll look into that if I can think of an appropriate theme that would be a good fit for what we'd like to show off in this stream. Nope. Let's do one more. And then, yeah, just need to go 2 blinks and go. There we go. Yeah, I'd have to think of something interesting thematically to make it colorful, of course. So I don't know if I'll be doing that anytime soon, but it's something I'll be looking into for sure for the future of the stream, just to keep Mario Maker nice and active. I didn't bomb the location that's to the right yet. So let's do that as well before we proceed to the next area. I'm trying to... Oh, okay, no, you're actually blocked off from there, so... But did I just forget to do that last time, or... Did we already see everything that I wanted to see in that location? Finn Chris, welcome. Yeah, Finn Chris, we do have a full queue right now that I'm trying to get through, but sometimes I'm able to reopen at the end, depending on how many dropouts we have and how long the levels are. And I will also be back for viewer levels in the same time slot tomorrow. Okay. So knock all that out. Ah, right, key door. That's right. So we do need to key for that key door later, but we do need to get through a cloud in order to deal with it. And to do that, I've got to switch to SMB2. So in some ways, it's just a sort of big item order level where you eventually figure out how to do things efficiently. And down we go. And yeah, now I can see where that 5-minute record is coming from, for sure. Don't know how well that compares to the original clear check, of course. But we'll move on up here, look for SMB2, and we've got plenty of time to spare this time. We've got 200 seconds going into this section. That's interesting. That's nothing right now, unless it spawns a Master Sword. Okay, great. Oh, I see. So this is kind of matching what we saw earlier. Let's see if we can actually make it over. Not really. I don't think so. However, here we are. On this location here. What does that get me? Star. Okay, that's not what I expected. I don't know where I should be taking a star yet, but I guess we'll just go right until we hit something. Ah, yeah, get through the thwomp. Okay, that's right. Looks like we probably need to shoot that. But I don't have a very good way to do it. Oh, we need to drop in from up top. Okay. Understandable. To drop in from up top, we need to take the whole cloud sequence over. Perhaps. To do that, we might need SMB2 in order to do the high jump. Yeah, Merlin, I actually do like exploration levels like this. It's almost kind of like a Metroid-style level, in fact. In that it is very much about exploring the map and understanding how to take a nonlinear layout and find the item progression. And there's SMB2. So we're down by 1 key now. I do need a second key before I go back to the overworld. And I think I know exactly where we're going to get that. Okay, didn't expect that. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, we do see a key. I think I needed to jump down to that vine. Let's see if we can make it happen. There we are. And the thwomp will just drop by itself. That's going to be fine. Oh, I totally didn't see, Merlin, the comment clues over here. Let's take a look quickly before we run out of time. No, Supernova, I was just saying something about how eventually we'll want to do some kind of contest on the stream. But can we read this quickly? Come on. Where's this? Start on the left wall. It is pretty and tall. Jump from the tallest tree and grab the key. This will set you free. You don't have a key, go back to hint 6. Go back to the beginning so you'll be winning. I didn't think I actually saw hint 6, so that's okay. Now we have a very limited amount of time to get back because I wasted too much time trying to read everything here. So, can I get to the key door and to completion in 9 seconds? Yes, I can. I will, however, miss the 1-ups at the end. There we are. And SD, no, I just assigned Supernova some homework. That's all that's going on. Not suspicious at all. And thank you for that, Merlin. I feel like since this was a dedicated level, I should actually leave some kind of comment. But I can't think of anything right now. We should probably come up with something. I don't know if I'll do this on stream, Merlin, but I sort of feel like I should leave you a comment of some sort. Wait, no, I know. I don't know if this will fit. Beat this. Level. Just in time. Now. To comment. We should actually use this for a change. With a rhyme. ... Wink. And no, let's not require a course clear. Let's just post this. No, it's not an obligation. I just feel like it would be a nice thing to do since you took the time to build this, especially for us, and see me clear it with 4 seconds on the clock. So, thank you for that, Merlin. And B-Minutes, welcome. Yeah, B-Minutes, we are closed right now, but of course it depends on whether the levels remaining go quickly and whether we have any dropouts. I may be able to open for people who came in late at the end, but I can't guarantee it right now. So B-Minutes, hope you're doing well, and you told me you were starting teaching. I don't remember if that was this week or next, but if that has been a fascinating adventure, do feel free to tell us about it. Okay, this is going to be second call for Super Duper Alex. I do see Super Duper Alex on the lurk list, but with the second call, we're probably going to make this last call unless they are just adrift somewhere, falling asleep, as sometimes happens. I think that is going to be a removal, unless we hear very soon. And if Super Duper Alex wants to correct me on that, feel free to do so. We're pretty easygoing about this stuff. First week was all prep and meetings and stuff. Okay, well, enjoy your first class. I don't know what your syllabus for middle school is like, but I'm sure you're going to introduce them to something fascinating, or that the curriculum in your local area of governance is going to mandate that you introduce them to something mildly fascinating. Okay, Terminator. This is going to be second call as well. We played 2 levels by Terminator earlier. I don't know if he is still staying here for a third, but I also do see Terminator on the lurk list, but sometimes people do drop off, as we know from experience. So we may actually do a quick removal here as well. You're teaching writing and drama. So yeah, it looks like we probably will have time to open for one more at the end, but we'll play SDs first and we'll see how we're doing for time. And I'm pretty sure Super Duper GML did in fact just check in. And I'm perfectly aware that Supernova is an imposter, given that the username no longer even declares that I am the Supernova. So, don't you worry, all of that is perfectly clear to us now. So what I'll do is I'll play SD's level. We'll see how much time is remaining. I may be able to reopen at the end for one last call for people who have not yet submitted today. And only people who have not submitted today. So if people like B-Minutes are able to stay, then we can do that. But we'll see how much trouble we have, first of all, with Don't Get Munched On, where all doors can be re-entered for a quick reset. SMM2 Munch Miami. I mean, is that what happened with the condo collapse in Miami? Somebody just dropped like a muncher on top of it and the collision logic just kind of did the rest? Let's not think too hard about that. Okay. Oh yeah, we still have comments on, which means we get to see this wonderful illustration at the start, which we are promptly going to turn off. And yeah, need to run a little further on that guy, obviously. And then it looks like a wall jump or slide up at the ice block. Further over. Oh, okay. Help me, it says. After seeing that little crush over there. Let's not find out how quickly that's going to come up and do its job. Oh, whoops. Yeah, no, I should have gone directly on the first cycle instead of going back and forth like that. I was still reading that. Name should have been Won't Get Munched Again. I feel like that's referring to something that I'm not quite catching, but... Maybe Supernova can explain that to me. And then it will turn out to be something obvious. Would I rather encounter a muncher or a bomb? It depends on the context. I mean, the thing about a bomb is that you know, if it's being a little bit annoying, you can kick it out of the way. The thing about a muncher, though, is that you can use it for all kinds of contraptions, right? I think if you encountered a muncher in real life, you would be able to use it to, I don't know, trigger a pop-up toaster or something, and that would be highly useful if it's willing to assist with that sort of thing. Supernova, it's entirely possible that, like, I don't know if I'm missing just a really obvious song title that's like a long-established classic or something. If, however, it's something more recent, then I definitely wouldn't know it. You have to remember that the bulk of my popular music knowledge is from before 1960. I was having this discussion with somebody actually, like what's the most recent sort of pop hit that I would be able to identify by name, like I'd be able to identify by name by listening. And I think I couldn't come up with anything more recent than like 2013. Oh yeah, The Who. Okay, no, that's well established. Never mind that. That just slipped my memory. Oops. Yeah, good catch, Derpy Minutes. We've had some occasionally embarrassing lapses of judgment when it comes to that sort of thing on this stream, where... So there was this escape room level I played a little while ago by Redbeard, who does word puzzle escape rooms that occasionally have an element of looking things up on the internet to solve them, and I couldn't identify the title of a really obvious tune by Bob Marley, which turned out to be the kind of key to the combination lock entry that was at the end of that level. And it was one of those things where I recognized the tune completely and I just couldn't name it until we had people search around. Your main music eras are 60s to 80s. Okay, that's some pretty good coverage. And of course, depends on which country or scene or genre you're talking about, given that there can be a pretty huge divergence of what people associate with the era. Whoops. We want to make a level called Hell's Bells that's based around a cat in the castle theme. Yeah, is Nintendo actually okay with Hell in level titles? I'm not totally clear that they would be. Or if that's kind of on the not kid-friendly list for whatever reason. Whoops.
Oh, no.
And hey, Mang, welcome. Okay, let's actually slide properly against that block. They aren't okay with like, right, probably because of all the people farming for likes. But what if you want to make a Zelda-themed level that's all about like? Meng, we are closed, but SD's level is the last one in the queue, so I may be able to reopen the people who got here late. Because this is the last one currently, and of course Meng coming in will just extend my stream by an hour. But we'll see how we do. I mean, I have to actually beat this thing first, and then we'll see what time remains. Okay. Let's actually do the wall jump for once. Just steal the world record from Eli. Well, doesn't really look like there's that much flexibility in terms of speed routing. So, yeah, I can tell I'm a little bit late there relative to when I spawned the munchers on screen. Got to be very quick. Did something with a mid-air spring drop. Okay, interesting. Sounds like a job for a supernova. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, as we scroll to the right, munchers go right, we get on Divine, we just need to go really cleanly. Anyway, let's move on here. So yeah, SD, I'd seen that you'd been streaming some Mario Kart lately. That's been going well. It's been a long time since I played Mario Kart 8, actually. I played a fair bit of it
Oh no!
on Wii U and again at launch on Switch, but I just haven't been back to it in ages.
Oh no!
At some point, if there's some interest, we could do something like a Mario Kart stream party over here, but that will be some ways off, given that I have a lot of streaming plans to get through over the next few weeks. Probably all the way up until Metroid in October. And you say your mind isn't focused enough to stream Mario Maker? I mean, whose is, right? I think the puzzle streams have lately revealed that that's kind of questionable on my part as well. And yeah, Merlin, the whole point of streaming Mario Kart, unless I'm doing like 200cc time trials or something and trying to record that, is that the whole point of doing races would be to invite viewers in. I don't think Mario Kart as a streaming experience is really going to be that interesting unless you have a bit of interaction, even if there is going to be a little bit of latency in terms of my broadcast getting on screen. So you're almost to the end of Super Metroid and your first time. Okay, well, that is such a treat. That is, I mean, I don't know if you're enjoying it as much as I would expect you to, but Super Metroid is one of those where, you know, experiencing for the first time is pretty magical. Apart from the bit where you need to figure out how to wall jump, of course, because the old wall jump controls for it are just so different than how that tends to work in modern games. And El Weeba, or however you pronounce your name, yeah, the queue is currently closed. We may have time to reopen for one round from people who came in late, depending on how quickly I beat this level. Can't totally guarantee that yet, but we'll try to actually grab the spring for once. I feel like I am required to grab the spring. I do see a throw location on the 10 coin, and in general, I think I could probably use that. Otherwise, it's just sitting there for no particular purpose. And Merlin, you also finished Super Metroid for the first time 3 months ago. Okay. Yeah, before Dread, I definitely want to replay some of the older games. Particularly Fusion, because it's been many years since I last played Fusion, and there's some stuff that I don't remember that well. But Metroid Dread looks like it's largely actually a follow-up to some stuff that was being set up in the unlockable bonus gallery in Samus Returns, in fact. But Samus Returns teases some stuff that has recently been resurfacing in the early teaser trailers for Metroid Dread. And yeah, you know, I think Metroid, like Super Metroid, is very close to a perfect game. But there's precisely one thing about it that I think has not aged well, which is that it basically bet on the wrong side of history when it came to how wall jumps are supposed to control. Okay, couldn't quite see the munchers going up there. Obviously, I do know that it was a bit late on the throw there relative to the poison timing coming up. You beat Metroid 1. Metroid Samus Returns working on Super, and you beat Fusion. Okay. If you actually beat, like, proper, or rather original Metroid 1 rather than doing a Zero Mission first, that is impressive and courageous. Because enough stuff in the original Metroid is... I mean, it's a very important thing to dip into, to just see it from the perspective of design history and video game cultural literacy, but There's enough stuff about it that is obtuse and kind of weird by modern standards that if people are doing story order, I think it is the general recommendation to be doing Zero Mission in its place, because Zero Mission is an incredible remake. And that is basically, you know, Metroid 1 reimagined for the Fusion engine. But yeah, actually doing Metroid 1 properly, that's quite something. No, we need to wall jump up there while the munchers are on the left. Okay. You beat it on the Switch with a guide. Yeah, and I guess the Switch would allow you to have access to things like save states as well. So you don't need to, you know, farm your way up from 30 health every single time you die. Every single time you die to one of the guys who clips you from the edge of the screen when you go through a door. I distinctly remember that as being my first Metroid 1 experience. Whoops, too high on that spike. I didn't quite see that. Yeah, Zero Mission's really great. Zero Mission, I mean, it is the story and format of Metroid 1, but the mechanics are very clean. It is something that came out after Fusion with some of that Fusion-style movement built in, as well as modern conveniences like the map and the save station and so on. And there's also some extra stuff in it as well that was not in the original Metroid 1. And so it is basically like a brand new game that just happens to follow with the same story and have some of the same locations. Metroid Zero Mission also has the distinction of being a game that was deliberately designed for certain things to be done out of order. Now, of course, sequence breaking and just doing everything out of order has always kind of been part of Metroid's appeal to longtime players, but there was a lot of stuff in Zero Mission that was specifically tailored to accommodate that, partly in response to some of the backlash against Fusion for being too locked down and linear, because Fusion does have some issues with the way that the map is kind of artificially locked up as you proceed. So. Meng, it should be in your time Saturday morning. But I know that Meng is like the only person I know with a sleep schedule crazier than my own, so maybe time has lost all its meaning. And yeah, Super Metroid is very blind friendly. I mean, that's where the modern map system comes from, and you know, 100% might not be that doable without a little bit of assistance given certain locations and the way that things are hidden, but yeah, Super Metroid is, you know, it's aged exceptionally well for all kinds of reasons. Whoops. We're late on this. But luckily, Vertical Scroll is going to cooperate with me here. Nope, going to be a little bit late on that one. Yeah, that's the thing about the Metroid games, though, is that you do kind of have to have a certain tolerance for not really being able to see where to go. I actually love that about Super Metroid. I think it's one thing that a lot of the games that claim to be inspired by Metroid have not succeeded in capturing, in terms of having that real sense of openness where anything could look like it's potentially the main path. The one game that does that right is Hollow Knight. But I find that with most modern games that are modeled after Metroid, that they are actually sometimes excessively clear about what is the main path and what's the bonus on the side. And it can become a little bit formulaic. It can still be fun, but it can be a little bit predictable because you just kind of go through the map and you see, okay, like this is the optional pickup, this is the item that's required for it. That's very easily understandable long before you do it. Then Super Metroid, though, has some real surprises when it comes to things that magically open up for you. Okay, up here. And there we go. Actually had a little bit of time to react to that last one, despite doing it a little bit poorly. We have a couple of pipes here. We have a checkpoint followed by this door. Checkpoint is helpful if you are at risk of timing out here or something, but I think none of these pipes actually go anywhere, and this is just a one-way door, so let's continue. But yeah, Hollow Knight is really,
Oh no!
with good reason, I think, the first kind of post-Metroid game to remind a lot of people of Super Metroid directly, because it has that sense of vastness and possibility. Don't know if you've ever played the Prime games either. Yeah, I should get back to Hollow Knight at some point, because I never did it to the full 100, or rather 112%. And some of the late game content might be fun to do in a streaming context. I do need to grab the vine after I do the throw. Oops.
Oh no!
You played the first Prime, okay. So it must have been quite a treat to see some of the things in Super that are antecedents of the mechanics in Prime. Because I actually originally played Prime before I played Super for the first time. That was very much my experience. I've never been very good in first person, so I am a lot more comfortable with 2D Metroid.
Oh no!
Mang, how many dollars are one Mario coin? Well, it kind of depends on, you know, general trends in the crypto market when it comes to how Mario coin is being mined. And whoops.
Oh no!
But the idea is that, you know, you can only generate so many Mario coins by solving progressively harder cryptographic problems. And
Oh no!
you see, now that kind of gives me an idea, because you would think that we have all the elements in place. And I can't believe I actually haven't seen this, like a Mario level that is metaphorically about the blockchain, given that, like, what is Mario really but a series of blockchains? A series of blocks. Oops. Okay, I need to react to that, but that's a nice little flourish at the end. The propeller, which gets out of the way nice and quickly. Okay. Let's not spend a propeller yet until we know we need it. Oh, coin over here. I wonder. We still need a propeller, do we? We must. I'm surprised that I can actually get this far without the propeller, in fact. But we can. Surely it wasn't any kind of required hit. That's the flagpole.
Oh no!
I was still looking at this and thinking, okay, how do we actually have the means to go over the top of the flag, but... Oh, it is a required hit. Okay. Okay, a little bit weird there if you don't see how the P-switch timing is going to go, but... Let's take a look at that. Oh, whoops, no. We can go back here. Yeah, B-minutes, that's sort of interesting that you find first person easier to map out. I really have a lot of trouble with 3D maps sometimes. Oh, no.
Oh no!
Okay, just need to react to that properly when it comes to you. Doing that. Okay, going to run out of boosts over there. Let's just head over here quickly. What is this? Okay, just coins. Yeah, and of course we'll come up here and look at that. It's an SD level, which means we get to dump Yoshi into poison. Just kidding, I think.
Oh yeah! Mario time!
Okay, thank you for that, SD. Let's mark that as a win. Okay, so we are at the end of the queue. We're kind of close enough to the 4-hour mark that I feel like the smart thing to do would be to close, but yeah, let's just open up briefly for people who have not yet submitted to the stream, so like people who came in after queue closing. And yeah, B-minutes, if you want to get yours in as well, that's fine if you think you can stay. I don't know how long Mangs is going to take me, but we'll see the new thing. I'm going to punch in that code, and then I'm going to close back up. Five-hour stream hype. Oh, I don't know about that. I feel like that's going to lead us to some diminishing returns as far as performance goes. Okay, I'm going to punch in Mang's code and then we're going to close immediately after that. Because I will not really be able to do more than those two, I think. And yeah, SD, thanks for sending that. Was definitely a lot of stuff to read on the fly, but a lot of it actually went fairly successfully without too much trouble, so. And B-minutes, yeah, I'll play whatever Kaboom level I'm on. Okay, we'll take a look at your profile after Mang's level and we'll see how to make that happen. Alright, good night, SD. This is sub 1%, and what a beautiful bridge. Hopefully it doesn't look kind of indifferent, and then look kind of slanted, and then look kind of sad. It's probably going to collapse. But we'll see. Let's see what Mang has come up with this time. Yeah, B-minutes, I'm not sure if I have played the Kaboom levels. I feel like that rings a bell. But we'll see. So we get the Poke out of the way, and then we use conveyor momentum to get back ahead of pace. Part of the issue here was that I ran into the first block on my way down. Okay. No, I need to jump on the spring on the left side. That will get me up to the blaster and then up to the next conveyor. Okay, forward we go. And yeah, there are going to be certain locations here that stop me and therefore kind of resynchronize how far ahead I'm allowed to go. That, as you can see, was a little bit behind in terms of just spending too much time in the air. That's what we're getting on top of the blaster and then off the blaster. So some of these early segments doesn't really matter how fast you do them as long as you're safe, given that you do have to do this regardless, so. Okay, nope, that's going to be hitting the pokey and then coming out to the left, and very similar kind of idea as one of the 3D World levels that we recently played from Bang, actually. In terms of slipping in there, hitting a block, and then coming back out. So we need to anticipate this slightly, jumping on top of the spring right away, just to get as much time as we can. Okay. Should have paid attention to that sideways spring. That threw me off slightly. Looks like it will be falling on top of that blue platform and then getting into the red pipe. No, still bumping that thing. That's not great, but we survived, so whatever. Okay, trying to play it a little bit too tight there. We can do that. It does resynchronize once we get to the blaster segment, though, so trying to cut too many corners isn't going to help just yet. May help later, but not at this time. Okay, over here, over there. Feels like I'm a little bit behind pace here. Yeah, no, I do need to just let that bounce me. Ram right into it, and then jump over to fire. You're directing a middle school play. Is it something I would know? Or something that would be kind of standard repertoire, or is it something that's just sort of specific to the school? And, well, do have fun with that. That sounds like it's going to be an experience for at least some of the people involved. Okay, lagging a little behind here with the turnaround on the sideways spring after the pokey hit. So let's see if we can recover some timing there. Whoops. Ah, okay, boy named Charlie Brown, okay. Great selection. Yeah, good choice. I was very sad to hear that Charles Schultz's original residence around Santa Rosa, California actually burned down, I think, a year or two ago, and so a lot of valuable material there was lost, although a lot of stuff had already been preserved in the museum, the Schultz Museum that had been set up in Santa Rosa to, you know, kind of preserve his original office and such, but there was some stuff that was destroyed, as I understand it. I was exposed to a tremendous amount of Peanuts material growing up, so there's quite a lot to it that is deep in the recesses of my memory. I actually did go to the Schultz Museum the last time I was in California, many years ago. They had a lot of interesting stuff that they'd collected. And yeah, this is Mang's level. Their yogurt hose in a chat. Hey, wait, what was that P-switch location on the left side there? What's going on there? That doesn't look reachable. I just wanted to look at this thing here. I feel like you would need like a P switch and then a P jump to do that. And that we don't actually have the means to do it. Oh, no, that's an exit. You eventually have a P switch exit that goes to the red pipe. Okay. So we'll be looking for a P switch exit at the end of this segment. Okay, on top of the POW, on top of the second POW, and then on the conveyor belt. Yeah, Mang, that's exactly correct. You don't have an allergy. No. We needed that to continue with a second activation of the on-off switch. Oh, we need that. Yeah, we need to unblock one side and then block the other side with a double hit. That's what's going on there. I didn't read that properly. Look at this. It's an SD lock. Still not enough to get this rejected from 69 YMM. Whoops. Losing a little bit of time there on the POWs, but we'll go back and see what we can do with that. Yeah, dropping straight down from the door is much better than ramming against a wall. Nope. Too late. So yeah, you do get a chance to hit both switches and then run down the snake block. So. Mexican market by your house that has spicy peanuts. Interesting. Okay. Okay, there we go. Momentum, and then failed to get ahead there. Okay. But we did understand everything that was going on with the moles. Interestingly enough, the moles fall slowly enough into Steam that, as we know from way too many mole riding levels with SMB2 by various makers, we actually have plenty of time to ride them down, even though they are already suspended in midair. Okay. Yeah, no, that suspicious looking P door just threw me off. That I think is just playing tricks on me here. Although if there's a P switch, some of the coins that are exposed will turn into blocks, and that would allow me to get back there and get on top of that as a platform. Yeah, that's the idea, that if you have all of these coins get de-iced and exposed, a P-switch activation would still get you back over. So I'm expecting that it will be P-switch activation, followed by doubling back to the left, entering the P-door, and then proceeding from there. That's how I understand this. I feel like I just needed a high jump on the last stack there. Short jumps are probably okay up until the end of that segment. But I may have been behind pace anyway with the moles at the very end. And once again, the segment here with the whoops, accidentally killed it, with the on-off switch is kind of a synchronizer that it repositions you so you are not allowed to get too far ahead. Always nice to look at little nuances of timing like that, just to see what's been done. Nope, too early. I forgot to close the queue, didn't I? Let's close the queue. Just in case anybody else comes in and has to walk away disappointed. And, oh, missed that. And that's okay, we just have that little bit of timing to fix at the end. Okay, up we go. And then over to moles. Down here, over more moles. Have to get a higher jump on the first one, of course. Yeah, the issue with the horizontal scroll lock in the airship level, which I know from another thing that I have in my editor that's been unfinished for a while because specifically of this issue, is the camera bob going up and down all the time. That's one of the issues, anyway. I don't know if you are referring to something else, but that was the first thing that came to mind. Nope, too far ahead. I slid a little too far. And was a bit out of position for the on-off switch. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, it was following the fire pretty closely that time, but it's going to resynchronize against the claw anyway. So there will be a bit of a forced stop on the claw after the first set of moles. Nope, too early. Oh, Super Duper Alex, welcome back. Yeah, Super Duper Alex, I had called you in a few times and you seemed AFK. If you're still here at the end, we'll bring you in, but right now I can't guarantee that because we already reopened once. Because we actually called up your level twice. And you were AFK both times, so... Usually we just try to bump people back if it seems like they might be lurking, but... we might be running a bit long in the stream at this point, so we'll see what happens. I'll try to fit you in if I can. But no guarantees. Okay. Yeah, claw resynchronizes here. Nope, a little bit of a problem positioning on that mole. I might need to just get a better swing off the claw, I think. Well, getting there. Feels like it should be easier than something like 0.7, though. I mean, it's not that difficult to understand. But as with a lot of Mang levels, I mean, sometimes some of them really are quite difficult, but sometimes I think some of the clear rates are deflated by the fact that you do have to learn things about momentum on the way if you haven't played very many of these, and often you have to be exposed to a new mechanic. And yeah, that's very true, Merlin, that we will very likely be back tomorrow in the same time slot for viewer levels, assuming no other external disasters getting in the way. I'm a little behind here in terms of getting to the claw. Yeah, just spent too long in the air before the mole. Okay, here is going to be fine. That's also going to be fine. Yeah, nice good swing on all that. And then I need to get on top of the shell in order to get over to the P-switch. The P-jump is going to turn everything back into blocks. I don't know if I'm able to get into the top segment, but I think I actually do need to reverse through the coin blocks, the coins that turn into blocks. Which was the outcome that we predicted much earlier. What I didn't count on was that I would need to do that bit with a shell ride. Okay. Yeah, bouncing on top of the shell, I need to hold down jump on top of it, I think. It got into popular and a lot of babies played it. Okay, that's something that would explain that if you just had a very good start on this. Okay. Yeah, short, long is going to be just fine over there. Nope, still need a high bounce. High bounce, P-jump, and then back to the right. As far as I can tell. If I understand it correctly, that I am supposed to go to the P's. Which does look like the case. Nope. Let's not do that. Okay. Now, up we go. Steadily figuring this out. Last time I had a lot of trouble with the Meng level, with the wind level that I played over multiple sessions. There was also a shell timing at the very end that was a big sticking point. But I think I understand this at this point. Like, I know what the path is supposed to be, unless you're supposed to go over. Okay. Moles, and then, nope. Just need to control that a little bit better. Maybe getting a little bit sloppy here. And then up we go. Today's pizza day, is it really? I mean, every day is potentially pizza day. Don't see why you just need to restrict it to one day. Okay, a little bit behind there. We can fix that. We've done it before. Mario Kart is quite a good fit for this level musically. Because you are racing the thing, right? You are racing against the Bodabu there as a pacing tool. And Spirit Wolf, welcome back. Glad to see you here. Kind of doing the bonus queue right now. We got through the standard viewer queue. And I rather unwisely decided to extend the stream to take a few more. And yeah, that's right, yesterday was the 35th anniversary of Metroid's original release in Japan. Okay, now let's get over here to the claws, swing it nicely over to the mole, short, long, whoops, have to slide under that guy. And the icicles are there to threaten you on the way back as well. So we mustn't forget about those icicles. And to duck under the piranha when we have to do it in reverse, unless of course we're able to go over the ceiling, which I doubt will be the case given the positioning of the P-door. And don't worry about a B minutes, I think we'll be able to do it. We'll see if we can make it happen. Okay, over here. Yeah, but with Meng's levels, sometimes they take me a while, sometimes we click with them very quickly. Nope. Bad positioning there in general. I guess we are racing against Red Lava Sonic at the Olympic Games. Okay. I felt like I spent too long in the air once again, but we'll do that. Let's get on the shell, bounce, E-jump, and then, like, whoops. Yeah, too long. That little flub there with the stop at the muncher was enough to create problems, but that's how we'll do it. Do you think I'll get through yours fast? Yeah, that's good to know. Always nice to have a bit of a quick, successful level as a closer, potential closer, depending on whether we can fit in Super Duper Alex as well. Okay. Nope. Really need to hit the shell on target. The shell, we should target it pretty much dead center in that box between the one-way panel and the wall. I think that's going to be the optimal location, given when it's going to be low enough and when it can also get us over to the P-switches. So we'll keep that in mind, I hope. Nice forward momentum on that claw for once. Okay, let's not hesitate too much over here. I was holding up as I was trying to go towards that landing, and I just barely overshot in the claw. Yeah, Spirit Wolf, I don't think I'll be able to stay long enough today to do a hard troll level, but we may do more of a concentrated puzzle day at some point for long levels, and I am also running viewer levels tomorrow. One other thing you can do is also drop a code in our Discord if it's something that you want to save for a longer session. But yeah, you know, you're perfectly welcome to suggest other people's levels on viewer level days as well, and we'll be back with the queue tomorrow. It's just that today I will not have time for it. I'm already kind of extending the stream beyond what I originally planned. Hey, we are progressing. We are getting a little bit further. There we go. Okay. And forward. Got a nice swing on that claw. Yeah, that's feeling a lot more comfortable than usual. As is that. Okay, trying to cut too many corners there. I shouldn't do a high bounce until I'm at the last moles, because I do risk running into that column that's dangling down towards me, so... Let's not be a little too gutsy here. We'll cut corners with a mole jump, but on the last set when it's safer to do so. Okay, only 2 bounces on the moles that time, but I was way ahead in terms of positioning, so that actually worked out just fine. Love the landing there. Nope, wasting too much time on that guy there. It's just spent too long trying to get under the piranha. It does need to be one nice, smooth motion. And yeah, Spirit Wolf will hopefully be able to catch some of your submissions at some point. Okay, here we go. That's going a little more smoothly in general. I should take advantage of those one-way panels to get a shorter bounce off the P-switch instead of going so high. I am getting a lot of height off to the P-switches, but I don't really need to go over to one-way panels like I'm doing. So that is one potential optimization that we can make if I can remember to do so, which is certainly not guaranteed. Okay, down we go. And slow down here a bit. Yeah, just a bit of a lower bounce. Slide under smoothly. I don't think I expected to bump into that brick there. Maybe... Oh, it's because I didn't clear it that time with the way I was jumping up from the claw in the first place. I just didn't get a good jump off the claw, and so I never created an appropriate location for myself to fall down. Unless it was like that previously, but no, I think I had a much easier fall to that claw in previous attempts, so I think I just didn't get a good swing in that location. And that time I was a little bit more careful about it, and so I create a little bit more space. Okay. Oh, thought I would duck a little bit too early. Yeah, that time I just had a bad swinging angle on the claw. But I wasn't really planning ahead for a complication like that to arise, so... Okay. Down we go. And then we'll stop dashing and just slide gently here. Nope, too much time under the piranha. Don't like that. Well, we know where the problem was that time. It is a tight timer. We do need to play that whole segment really smoothly. And here we go. Always impressive to see things that work in two directions, though, in terms of level design that, you know, kind of has a double purpose to it. Too high jump off that P, I don't like it. That's okay, smoother entry past the piranhas that time. Okay, hard mode. No, maybe not. Not enough space for that, unfortunately, if you're building with the half-screen lock. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. Went fairly smoothly, actually. 18 minutes past the checkpoint 1 segment, but worked out pretty well. So thank you for all the GGs and the emotes of various colors and animations. And let's get to B minutes. So yeah, like I said, we will see how we do with B minutes, and then at the end, Super Duper Alex, if you're still around, I think I still have your code from earlier in the chat log, so. But we'll deal with that when we get to it. Kaboom Carnival, 1, 2, or 3. Let's take a look. Kaboom Kingdom, Cloud Castle. We haven't played a lot of these, actually. Kaboom Castle. Oh yeah, I didn't beat the Vine Climb, that's right. And I guess we haven't played 2 or 3 or... no, we played 1. That's right. Yeah, I remember this one, actually. So, let's do Kaboom Carnival 2. The continuing chronicles of the Kaboom Carnival. It's like we're back to Mortal Kombat all over again. Well, that means there's only one thing to do, and that is to finish him. Okay. Cannon box. On a switch. Oh yeah, no. I remember this. That you have to deflect this, and then you take advantage of the blast radius on the cannon in order to get through that with good timing. Yep, I remember this mechanic. I remember specifically dying into it quite a bit, in fact. Nope, that's okay. It's better to be safe and enter late than to enter early. This is part 2 out of 5 in the Kaboom Saga. Basically just a super world in itself. We don't need to worry about the beat blocks yet. Let's go like that. And then we need to fire down to the right side and then enter this pipe up top. Okay. We'll see how the timed beat blocks are actually going to be relevant. Here, you do need to hit the P switch. Wow, yeah, the camera bob. That's what we were talking about, for sure. We can do this by way of, first of all, tapping this. Tapping that. And then we send a cannonball through both pipes. Like that. And then you hit the on-off by coming down here. Can't really see it though with the camera being in this position. Let's go through this pipe, pull the camera up. Yeah, go down, fire the on-off switch, hit the on-off switch, and then what happens with the P? Okay, no, you need to unblock the P block so you can go back to the question block to grab the key. Unless... No, that's not within radius. Okay. Didn't think so. Yeah, that hits. But then after you hit the on-off switch... Okay, so there's a particular order. You need to hit the on-off switch, and then you need to get in here before it activates. But then you need to maybe hit the P on your way up. Like that. Although the P should be alive for long enough that maybe I can afford to hit the P first. Except if I hit the P first, I need to go down and back up. Which is likely not advisable. Yeah. That's not quite going to work. Let's just hit the P first then. And see if that works better. Actually, no. I mean, in general, my timing going from the on-off shot up to the pipe is just a little bit slow. Okay. And we're going to lose that. Let's see if that's going to be a problem. No, it's not, because it's a checkpoint. However, we will need to... yeah, this just spawns more cannon hats. And... same idea as before. Okay, now we need to hit this P up here by having good timing. And then we need to, once we release the Ps, we need to fire at the left side. We shouldn't need to actually go through the pipe, I think we just fire. And that's okay, like I don't think the yellow spike block does anything interesting then. Okay, cannonball does deflect both ways. And then you go through it like this. Yeah, kind of nice that it really does reward a lot of planning. Okay. That's pretty neat. Let's get up here. Let's figure this out. Yeah, so we need to manipulate the blocks. But we'll do the deflection first, get myself onto the other side. And that's okay, because we're... oh, you know what? We have access to the key door just by standing on the side here. I don't see why not. Like, why can't we just do this and not interact with the top right? Okay, so yeah, Supernova B-Minutes gave me the maker code. The title of this level is Kaboom Carnival 2. If you want to play it. Let's not do that. Let's do deflection. Yeah, really interesting use of the pipe logic in general, so... nope. That was almost disastrous. Oh, time's up. Okay, didn't really watch the clock there. I lucked out with the squares. Yeah, I guess so, in terms of the track block coming down right where I could stand and hit the key. I need to remember to use the key on the correct door, by the way, when I finish this segment. And then, yeah, do this. Okay, down here. Grab that, come through here. And, oh yeah, that's right. So, I bet we could probably do that twice. No, let's not do it that way. Yeah, I mean, gating stuff like that when you have not a lot of space to work with in 3D World can be a bit of a challenge sometimes. It's already a very tightly packed layout. Okay. If we come in here with the P-switch still active, nothing changes. Yeah, there are some cool ideas in here. I wouldn't be too worried about comparisons. And there we go again. Okay. Now, we ran out of time in this segment. I feel like maybe... No, the shot definitely hits. I was wondering if maybe it was something to do with a charge shot, but... Let's do it with a charge shot just to be sure. Here we go. And likewise for this. I feel like I just need to fire 2 shots, actually. And no, I do need to go through so I can do a bit of a jumping shot. So let's do that. And I need to go through anyway to get over to the exclamation block. Okay. Waddle over. Yeah, Brandon levels were well past closed, unfortunately, but I am going to be back for viewer levels tomorrow. Poor Boom Boom is just going to get smacked. Yeah, just shot in the face. Now, we're going to grab the key off Boom Boom, and then that gives me a checkpoint plus a key door. Yeah, I guess if you respawn a checkpoint, you need to redo Boom Boom for the key, if I understand that correctly. It is a Kaboom Boom. And that's also why you have checkpoints. But then, that's okay, that just means we can shoot Boom Boom in the face some more, which, you know... Totally open to that idea. Oh yeah, Kaboom, look at that. Kaboom. That's a nice touch here, just to give you something to read. No, I do know the charge shot goes further. I wasn't sure about the distance on that particular segment where I was missing slightly. I feel like that was supposed to be set up to encourage the charge shot, but it did feel like I hit with a non-charge shot at some point. I may just be wrong about that. Okay, this is a bit of a risk. You could potentially go through the exclamation block and revert the wrong way. So with exclamation blocks, after checkpoint, you really do need to tidy stuff up like that. I know this is an older level, but I mean for future reference, I hope you've caught stuff like that. Because the warp blocks are a real pain after the checkpoint reset if you don't manage to deal with that. Okay, once again. Not great. If you go through it, you die. Okay. Yeah, I like this bit here with Boom Boom hitting the blocks himself. Okay, we'll let him do his spinny thing, and I'll just shoot him in the face again. Are you done now? You're done now. There was the spike. That's right, that's right. That's what the spike was all about. Yeah. A little bit better if it's intuitive, like if it's gated off by the 3D World hard collision donut blocks or something. If you ever have room for stuff like that. Okay, again, better to be safe than sorry here. And then here's the Kaboom text on the left side. This is more of a speed segment than anything if people are tight on time. Or just trying to go for the world record. And just pound through here. And... oh, look at that, refreshing. Refreshing. Okay, not quite. Just back down to tower. And what is this? Okay, thought I'd shoot that anyway, just to see. Oh, there we go. That's the flag. And thanks for that, B-Minutes. Lots of fun. A lot of different variations on a central concept, which is always neat to look at. Okay, Super Duper Alex, you will be our closer today. I believe we did have your code earlier from punching it into the chat. I'll ask you for it if I can't find it, because a lot of messages have come in. Yeah, actually, no. Super Duper Alex, you may as well resubmit your code. You are the only person we're taking, though, because I did pass on you earlier, since you had dipped out for something AFK. And if Super Duper Alex, if you can dig up your code, that'd be great. Otherwise, we will actually close. So do let me know. In the meantime, we'll just talk and say that we are planning to be back, of course, for viewer levels tomorrow. We will pass you folks onto a raid if we're not receiving anything else from the last call over here. So yeah, sure, let's just wrap up then. And thank you very much for the cheers, B-Minutes. Once again, wishing you the best for the beginning of your new teaching schedule. And, of course, thank you for the level. I hope that sending things in through pipes and bouncing them around inside is not the kind of reprimand you plan for your students. That may get you into trouble. Just maybe. With that said, we're going to look around for somebody else to receive all of you folks. And we will hopefully see you back tomorrow for even more levels. I'll find somebody interesting. Hang on tight. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and especially for all the levels from the people who submitted today. As I always say, the quality on this stream is really far, far above average on Twitch, I think. And it is thanks to all of you. Have a good night, or a good morning, possibly even a good afternoon, depending on your time zone, and fare thee well.